All right. Merry Christmas Eve to everyone out there. Obviously, happy holidays in general. I wasn't sure if I was gonna do this tonight, but so I didn't want to tweet out prematurely. But it ends up we can do our third annual Christmas Eve stream. So pretty happy about that. I know Negator 77 has his stream still going on right now. So yeah, it's if you want to go back and forth between that'd be kind of cool. Um, but yeah, I just wrapped up dinner and wanted to stream some elves for Christmas. Obviously, I stream elves a lot, but I guess first order of business, I want to give a shout out to Min, who recommended. And they arrived just in time today, actually, ironically enough, or coincidentally enough. The mechanical keyboard that I'm currently using for tonight's stream and the new mouse that I got. So shout out to Min, noted former Miracles player. So give him a follow. He's also one half of the Min Max blog. So definitely some good content over there if you want to check that out. Hey Mike, how's it going? Merry Christmas Eve over there. So I what's it called? Already had Christmas Eve dinner, I guess, and I'm just doing some stuff tomorrow. So, but it kind of lined up so that I could, be available tonight. And for those of you who don't have anything else going on, I guess tonight, can tune in and watch. But the nice surprise, and obviously after the shout out to Min is, I got two lists tonight. I guess that I want to share. First and foremost, I guess in the holiday spirit and tradition, I'll share the list that you could play if you wanted to play elves. It's not one I would play if I wanted to be as competitive as possible, but it's definitely fun, I think. So this is a throwback to the old traditional, glimpse of nature plus heritage druid plus Nettle Sentinel form your, drop your whole deck engine. As of right now, I guess December 24th, 2022, this is kind of how I would build the deck. Namely, the cutting or trimming down of Queen Ranger in order to max out, so to speak, on the mana accelerants. So I don't believe if you want to play like a combo build, I don't actually think you need Queen Ranger anymore with the printing of Once Upon a Time because I personally think just having a strong mana base, playing the 20 lands instead of 19, playing 3 Once Upon a Time instead of the, 0 to 2 copies, and you'll be better off on average because you're less easily hated out by mana denial, right? And I just think if you're gonna play the all-in combo version, so to speak, right, with Nero Sentinel, I think it's better to play more of their friends, right? Namely, Heritage Root is a maxed out card here. Virtual Rangers it would have been maxed out. I just didn't have any more room right in the main deck. I already cut the second hoof, which I think is kind of superfluous. I think Gris is probably a must in the sense that you just don't want to lose to random things game one because you don't have access to removal, right? And then with everything of that in mind and playing the safer mana base, I think this is where I land off, right? Otherwise, I would have played, four of each, right? You're gonna play Nelson, you want their friends to be along with them. Um, Obviously, if and that's also under the pretense that you don't play Reclaimer at all. Otherwise, I would actually adjust the numbers to play Elvish Reclaimer alongside Nettle Sentinel, right? Hey, High Star, how's it going? Like I think there's this misnomer that is like one or the other. I think it ends up being one or the other because of just the philosophies involved. Like I personally don't think you need Nettle Sentinel, but if you want to play it, I definitely would advise playing that alongside Reclaimer. That makes sense, right? And obviously you can trim down maybe like a Birch Lord, maybe even a Alistar Shepherd, even a Druid to get to some number of copies of Elvish Reclaimer. Hey, Merry Christmas, Matt. So for those who don't know, Matt ran Enchantress earlier tonight. I saw because he had this devastating. Actually, I'll bring it up. Actually, he had this devastating image that he sent to my Discord. Uh, if you're an elf fan, you might want to look away for a second. But I want to show this fantastic image that he had sent out, and yeah, not gonna turn out good for you if You have all 1/1s on the other side of the board, and there's a Doomwake Giant awaiting on the other side. But hopefully Matt's stream went well. Actually, I've been meaning to ask Matt if he wants to respond. Like, I know Matt will stream different decks, but Matt has been playing his version of the list. I think for what it's worth, I think the thank you for the subscription, Harry. I really appreciate that. Harry, I think this is the Maverick Harry that finished ninth in the showcase, not showcase, the challenge kind of recently. But Matt's version of the Fiend Artisan control, so to speak, right? List plays like traditional dorks like Birds of Nature that creates off colors, right? Like red is probably the most interesting one once Moloch becomes available online. So I think there is like something there, definitely with Matt's build. But I've been meaning to ask Matt like if he wants. I was gonna add his stream to the list of like auto notification, so to speak, to my Discord. I think people would probably enjoy that since Matt does stream some cool lists, alpha or not, right? Like from time to time. So let me know if you do that. I might contact you personally if you didn't get the message. So yeah, this is where I kind of land. I actually don't have Leyline 3 and 4, but I think it's actually probably correct. I don't want to actually register this, so I'm gonna like go down to 59 cards. I would probably play 4 lane lines and just like, 2 endurances. And the reason being is without Reclaimer, your graveyard matchup gets a lot worse. So yeah. But what we were playing tonight is a pretty spicy list. I've only tested it, I think, 1 league so far, and I went 4-1, and the one loss was to Cephalid Breakfast, in which I did not. It's probably surely my fault. I didn't like know they were on Cephalid Breakfast, and I tapped out with Reclaimer game 1, and they just comboed me when I had Bog activation up. And then game 2, they won with a Teferi, I think, bouncing a Collector Oof, if I remember correctly last time. But 4-1, pretty nice. What I wanted to try again was one Urza Saga, and Harry here knows a thing or two about Urza Saga in like a Green Sun's shell, right? But I wanted to try it again because if my theory crafting was correct, I suspected Shadow Spear would be better because you have more X4s now, right? Like it's almost like build your own Batter Skull, right? So and Needle was already really good. It's just I never had a good target, a good second target before, and I think maybe Spear is that. I thought about Haywire Might, but I don't think it's better than Mass Vandal. I'm not even playing Mass Vandal. The other thing is Saga, when we're playing more lands, I think gets a lot better too because you're not really concerned about flooding out because like you have Green Sun as a payoff, you have Artisan as a payoff, and now Saga as a payoff. So like it actually simplifies a little bit the play patterns. And before I was trying to like, play Saga out of the side and then try to have like one artifact come in alongside it. Yeah, no tutor. I'll get to that in a second. Like, and the reason for that is because I just want this to be a 23rd land, and I suspect game 1s are gonna be not as grindy, so I don't think I need a specific target. There's also not a target I kind of like want all the time, right? Like there's some decks Needle's just not gonna do anything against, and there's just like Shadow Spear is gonna be bad against certain decks as well. So I just opted for no targets and just like this is the 23rd land that can make a few tokens, and I think I'm okay with that. The one interesting one is like Nihil Spellbomb because it cycles at least, or like maybe even if you don't want to rely on black mana, you could even play Soul Guy Lantern, but that has like negative synergy with your Reclaimer and your Artisan. Um, but yeah, if you want to avoid having to fetch black, so to speak, right? That's like one upside. But yeah, I think I'm like pretty happy over. This one was the last card that in the previous league that I played last night. I played crop rotation in this slot, thinking I wanted another virtual copy of Saga. I didn't like it at all, and I think I'll just play a Plague Engineer for now. Like I needed a card that can come in against Delver. And I think it has like reasonable game in the current metagame, right? It's like good against the mirror. And unfortunately, I had to cut opposition agent recently because I just feel like the meta's too fast now. And also the snuff outs main, I think is just like I think this card is really good right now, right? Like all you care about is like speed, and in every matchup, right? Like you just don't you can't afford to just dirtle, right? Like, and that's why like the only two visionary, two waterwood. Um, it's also good against cephalid breakfast and potentially even painter. Although I'm not as thrilled about it in that matchup per se. But yeah, we'll go ahead and stream this up. I think unless people really want me to play Green Belcher, I think I'm gonna play Nightmare on Elf Street, right? Like I think that's a little bit more fitting given the name. I'll take a quick show. Like if anybody has, I was leaning towards this, but if people really want me to play, the old traditional build, whether that be for Christmas sake or whatnot, then I can do that too. The elves are out, yes. Joffin away, thank you. But yeah, so I guess if there is no preference, we will go with. Well, I asked some of my peers earlier, and my boy Jay Z, Jonathan Zhang said, let's not play two mana Grizzly Bears. Obviously, he's referring jokingly to the Nettle Sentinels. So we will go ahead and stream this up now. I think okay, I did register the correct deck. I was afraid I would not do that, but we'll see how it goes. I think in the years past, especially that first year in 2020 was pretty nice. I think I went 10-0 with back-to-back trophies. I don't expect to do that again. But you never know, I guess. Last year I definitely did not go 5-0 on Christmas Eve. But the first year was just a very, pun intended, magical year, right? We had back-to-back 5-0s on stream on Christmas Eve. So that we'll see if we can recreate some of that magic here. Topper 97. All right. I think it's like reasonable probably. I think the once is gonna hit a land, and then the bog is kind of bad, so we're probably gonna fetch Bayou, but I think otherwise it's probably fine. In a pinch, I guess bog is our third land. All right, they're going to five. I wonder if they are just on initiative. Like initiative tends to mulligan very, very aggressively. They are on Delver. All right. I think. Okay, so we hit a land. That's kind of nice. Um, there is an argument to be made for a land here, and I actually think that's even though we have two in hand, I feel like that's probably correct, right? I don't want to just lose to Mana Screw. I'm playing it safe essentially, especially since we have a 3-drop and a 4-drop in our hand. Yeah, Joffin. I think I can do that. Like again, tonight I was like fully, I was fully committed. Like if somebody wanted or a group of people wanted me to play the Nettle, I would have done it tonight because it is Christmas and traditions should not be broken, right? It's definitely more fun. I don't think anybody would dispute that. I mean, anytime drawing up your whole deck, right? It's got to be fun. So there is that going for it. The Verdant is kind of scary, to be honest. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, like what kind of deck goes end of turn brainstorm into Verdant. I almost feel like they're on TES, which is not good for us. I think I'll play this just in case and see what they do. It's not great though. And then I'll play a Cradle and then I guess pass. At least this leaves Bog activation up, right? I don't know what they're playing, but I mean, they mode a 5, which is like pre-initiative. I would have said they're on combo for sure. Yeah, so that is my kind of takeaway. I think Reclaimer Glimpse is probably better than it was maybe a few months ago when it still had like a kind of questionable Delver matchup because Glimpse of Nature is not particularly great against Delver in my experience. It's like okay, right? Like it can pull you ahead once you like get out of the first few turns, but it's not really a card you want to see early per se. If your opponent is playing aggressively, which they should be. So, but that is a good observation, Joff, in a way. I think if you just like more or less take the build I showed earlier and straight swap the Nettle Sentinels for reclaimers, and just like either take something else out for the bog and then or play the bog in the sideboard if that's just not your thing, so to speak, right? I do think you get like a more or less better deck uh, in pretty much every matchup, but maybe the Rite of Flame matchups. That's probably the one where you Reclaimer doesn't really do anything per se. All right, so they are on looks like TES, or maybe like an old version. Your stack. Oh, I apologize. Let me move it here. They have Galvanic Relay going on. I apologize. All right. We do have a kill. Knock on wood. Short of, we need to not draw a certain card here, and we should be able to kill our opponent. All right. We did not draw the card, thankfully. I think we'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the heads up, Mike. Appreciate that a lot for sure. But yeah, I think, like I said, I think in a vacuum, um, the best. I mean, obviously, I'm biased. Like I like full disclosure. I do think in terms of power level, the best shell is the Fiend Artisan shell. I do think Fiend Artisan is not as bad against initiative as some people say it is. It's not great. I think that's probably accurate when you because it doesn't line up well against, or not as well against one for one removal. But I think being able to play around Archon of Emeria is kind of a thing. First of all, but I do think if you wanted to play like a Glimpse of Nature shell because it's good against initiative because it naturally wants to go wide, right? Fiend Artisan does too, but it's a little bit slower. But I would say in a vacuum, it's probably the highest power level because I think the consistency it gets you, and just sometimes be just being a Tarmogoyf is good against Delver, right? Um, but I think if you wanted to play Glimpse Shell, I would probably play similar to what I showed earlier, and maybe like fewer ley lines because you have Reclaimer, but just straight swap the Nettle Sentinels for the Reclaimer along those lines, which is like kind of really close to the builds that we had prior to the discovery slash the innovation of Fiend Artisan. All right, we are probably not favoring this matchup. I think Needle potentially has like some text. It's not probably not great. I think Shadow Spear is a faster clog. This is slow. We can take out Bog. We have a lot of fluff, so to speak. I think everything else is like kind of bad. Plague Engineer, if they randomly go for goblins, like I guess, but that's like not great, right? It's that or the first endurance or the first ley line. What do you think, Mike? I'll defer to the resident storm expert here. If no reply, I think we'll just leave as is and just hope for the best. All right, we'll just go. I know Mike in the past is not ley line, so there's a chance like endurance can like speed up your clock a little bit because of like Lotus Petal mode, but I don't think we're playing for that kind of game. I think we just hope, if we just like happen to face somebody who's going for the goblin, so to speak, right? I think we just like hope to cheese, right? Like if that makes sense. I'm all about free wins, right? Like it's why I play Reclaimer. Like you just like have a one card win against these graveyard decks. Definitely all about the cheese. All right, they took the card we thought they would. We might as well F6 because they know our hand and there's nothing to play around. So We can deck thin, which I value highly, into once and see what that like gets us. It gets us a landlord else, so they have full information. I think we have no choice but to take it. The other options aren't really options, in my opinion. So what we could do here is there a reason to hold up Sage? I think probably not. Um, like I can't. I'm trying to think of a scenario where like the Besage you could hit an LED, I guess, but it doesn't seem great to me. I think just like stick the plague engineer on the board and see what happens. All right, we're probably dead. There, ooh, and nausea. Yeah, this is like I don't know why I've been running into TES so much recently. But it is like quite popular online at the moment, at least in leagues. Yeah, so that's the thing I was thinking about, Mike. I guess that would be one reason to hold it up. Maybe it's worth it. I'm not sure. Or I guess tagging something so the Ungpo doesn't go online. What do you think, Mike? Do you play the Plague Engineer or do you just like lead the Boseiju up? I guess one nice thing about leaving Boseiju up is it is something, and they may play around something that's maybe not there. Also, we can just get an Arbor with the fetch that could matter for mana on subsequent turns. Although to be fair, Plague Engineer does the same thing. Hey, no problem. 1230 Gaming Int incorporated. Yeah, I was pretty happy. Like this is our third annual Christmas Eve stream, and wasn't sure I was gonna do it this year since the circumstances around my I guess day to day right is like a little bit different, but I'm glad I was able to do it. Yeah, so that makes sense, Mike. I think they're not gonna play into an engineer, and then you still have the one mana boost off the fetch land, so that's valid. I didn't pay attention to what they revealed off the end. Now, actually, I'll show it here. I'm pretty sure we're dead. Yeah, that's more or less confirmation, right? Did, oh, did they mess up? No, they didn't. Okay, I thought they messed up for a second. No, we're dead. It is just for empty the warrants. There are some people who have like gone for a turn one against me. Like it could be a thing. It's like probably irrelevant. It's like it's happened against me enough where it I like could reasonably think it's a thing, but it is unlikely to be. It's but the problem is the replacements I have are like not great. Like Leyline of the Void is not great, and neither is the Endurance. Like they're again super niche, so to speak. And if they're both niche, I'd rather play the card that can win the game by itself, so to speak, and is tutorable. Hey, David, how's it going? Yes, it's Christmas Eve to all for sure. The third annual one that we're doing here. I was mentioning. Okay, that's a mole. I was mentioning earlier that we went undefeated in our first year. With back-to-back 5-0s. I don't think that's gonna happen tonight, but you never know, I guess. And yeah, it's fair. You're in Australia, so you're a little bit early. I think we keep this because of Seas. It does have a Saga randomly too, and I mean, if nothing else, we want to see see Saga in action tonight, right? All right, we're gonna go turn one Seas and hopefully rip apart their hand, right? Like, hopefully they keep a 7 that like cannot be a discard spell. Unlikely, but possible. Dark. Okay, so here we go, right? Like mana, a card that doesn't do anything. Bauble and Talisman. So we definitely take the Talisman here. Actually, I need to keep leaving this. Is there anything else that's relevant to Nido besides Wishclaw for the most part? Like in the dark, that's a consideration. I guess that's the main one, right? All right, they're gonna brainstorm. Interesting brainstorm here. You can name LED, but it doesn't actually stop them, right? It's a mana ability, and Needle doesn't stop mana abilities. You can revoke her LED though. No, all good, Joff. All good. I think we definitely get the mana, and I think the fact that the Shepherd doesn't really do anything here. We're gonna play the Saga to try to get us, a turn fast into the Needle in case it's relevant. Like the Shepherd doesn't do anything, right? Like I don't think I care. This is a matchup that Archon of Valor's Reach would actually be helpful here. Kind of wish I had access to it. We're probably dead. I don't like this. What's going on here? Oh, they're wish claw for an LED and then pop the echo into the yard, presumably. Yep. That's not good for us. That's a lot of mana. Oop. So, unfortunately, we have been running into a lot of these Rider Flame decks online, and I have built my deck to just kind of accept losing to them. So, this will be par for the course, though. The way I've configured my deck at the moment is I am willing to lose to Rider Flame decks, but I think I should be favored against everything else. Wow, they pass. That is kind of crazy. Hold on, I have to answer a call. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. Right? What's going on? Hold on 1 second.
Oh, you're streaming. Okay. Then I just want to ask you, we are going to your house early tomorrow to help.
No, not tomorrow.
Huh?
Not early.
Not early. So what time do you think you'd like us to come? The earliest. Yeah, the earliest because we can do the washing the veggie.
Like
and,
4 or 5.
Huh?
4 or 5.
4 or 5? Okay, we go 4.
Okay.
We'll go 4.
5. Sorry.
He's streaming something. I don't know. For game? For game?
Yeah.
Okay, game. Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
Huh?
Sorry about that.
Do they know that my parents are coming? Seems like they don't know my parents are coming.
You can tell them. Yeah, tutoring PE in a pinch is definitely a game plan. I could, yeah. All right. So what were we doing here? I already forgot. I think what we can do here is. So if we season they veil, that's kind of bad, right? Like I guess. Why did they pass? Scared of trap, perhaps. Yeah, I feel like we seize here. See what they do. If they have veil, it's kind of bad, but decay. All right, I like the decay, taking the decay, because our game plan here is taking the. We're gonna oof them here, right? Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to make sure the coast is clear for collector oof. So the other thing I could have done was I could have like. Actually, that would be short mana if I did it the other way. It looks like they just whiffed though on their Echo of Aeons. We could have used Comfort and kept G technically. Yeah, well, we would have been short mana, right? But then like we wouldn't be able to seize and take the removal. We still have the Fiend Artisan for what it's worth. I think we float mana here. I think all the mana in the world kind of matters now. I think we needle name Witchclaw. We can play that. Oof is 2 and activate is 1. Oh, that's fair, Mike. That's a good point. Yeah. They must be some evergreens in all the needles. No, you're absolutely right. I forgot about, like we would not be green sunning for it, but we're just paying 1. So Mike is absolutely right. I think here we're gonna go ahead and just like try to be mana efficient. Oops, that was a mistake. I guess we do that. Oops, and then do that. I don't think plague engineer matters here. I think the shepherd probably does not matter either. The good thing is they did brainstorm and they didn't find anything, so we're probably okay. I mean, maybe the needle is second layer protection too. All right, I think we've got it. But Mike is absolutely right. I was like not brain farted. That's not the right word here. I just like for some reason tunnel vision into. All right, they know what's up. Cool. Did this is not an easy matchup too. Like I said, our deck is not really built to beat this deck per se. I think we were fortunate to seal game one, and that's how this was possible. I think what ends up happening a lot in my experience against Rite of Flame decks is it's hard to win two post board games, right? Like I think one is like already not even a sure thing, but I think winning two is just very difficult, and usually you're not going to win game one. So I think we were kind of fortunate that they had a relay hand and we were able to beat that, so to speak. The one thing is, while not for this matchup per se, it was nice to see the needle and the saga being relevant here, right? When I last tested this package, it was before Fiend Artisan was a thing, and while that was good, I like I said earlier, there was always like I wanted a second target. There wasn't really a good one. Like I didn't feel like Shadow Spear was great. It's like a good against Delver, and like sometimes good against Depths to buy a full turn. But the problem was if they killed your Reclaimer, or you just drew it naturally, there's not actually that many X4s, right, to play put it on. But now with four Fiend Artisans, I think that is like a much more viable, like build your own Batter Skull game plan, right? And then I think I am testing that. There is a chance maybe we're supposed to play Haywire Might. I'm just not a fan of those kind of cards. I just think they're very low impact, right? If I'm gonna play a card in the sideboard, the card better win retarget game, right? Oh, sorry, win target game in my opinion. Like I think Legacy is just past a certain threshold now. Where like we're almost like vintage from a few years ago where does the card win you the game? If not, why are you playing it? I think it's kind of like my mantra at the moment. Like at least in the sideboard too, right? Um. So yeah, that's pretty much my philosophy on that, right? Like if the card doesn't win you game, why are you playing it? Yeah. So if I were to play what's it call it? Haywire one of the reasons I think to play it, besides the fact that you can find off two different ways with Fiend and from Saga, right? I think this is probably a keep. Is because it's a creature. That is probably the biggest thing it has going for it. So that is a good observation, Mike. Right? Because when you're a creature, the floor is very high. Uh, namely, namely the floor is very high because you tap to Cradle, which is like huge, obviously the best card in the deck by far, and then coincidentally we also have the natural order, right? That's the other reason to play it because it turns out when you are a creature, the floor is very high because anything that taps for additional mana with Cradle is kind of broken. and also natural order math, right? That's like a thing. Might be initiative. Could be red stompy. Looks like red stompy. Ugh. That was what I was afraid of. Yikes. All right. This matchup is probably worse than it was before. We just hope that the thing is, stompy players tend to pick whatever the best stompy deck is in the moment. So like our thinking is hopefully there's just not that many moon players anymore, right? Like, and hopefully they transferred over to white initiative. It is still colorless. That is correct. So it is not uncounterable via chalice, shepherd through a chalice or through force of will. So I think we probably just lost, to be honest. We didn't know what they were on. I'm not gonna like look them up, like especially for a stream, right? Like I may look them up if like I'm playing for high stakes events or whatnot, but not for a stream on, especially on Christmas Eve. Like I'm not gonna try that hard. This is supposed to be more fun than anything else. We're probably dead, but it is what it is. This Baseju just lost me the game, unfortunately. Maybe I should go down to one Baseju. I don't even love two, to be honest. At the moment, it's a card I was really high on before. The problem is like I built the deck now, and I think the direction is like I just do not want cards that will lose me the game. And right here, it just lost me the game. Granted, um, unfortunately, we didn't have another fetch, but you know that is something to keep in mind. I actually think if that Baseju is a fetch land, we probably win this game. Like based on the way they have, obviously I don't know the last card in their hand. Like it's just Fury, then it's a whole different story. But I think our hand would have lined up really well against their hand otherwise. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah. So I think. Well, the ability for what's worth answer key gaming is still colorless, right? Because the source is colorless. I don't know if that was your question, but that is the answer, I guess. If that's to the question potentially you were asking. I think we're just dead here. Unfortunately, a non-game. I actually just like these kind of matchups because I feel like when you are the more consistent deck or the better deck or whatever you want to call it, right? Essentially, higher EV deck. You don't like these like coin flippy matchups where like everything's decided on turn one, so to speak, because there's no room to a outplay your opponent or b for your deck to outplay your opponent's deck, if that makes sense. Like it's just kind of like flip a coin, right? Like, and if you have a pretty good win rate, that hurts you. I guess we could have blocked that, but I mean we're probably dead anyways. There is an argument, like I said, to maybe go down to one Baseju, but you know, I don't think we. Obviously, it could have just been the other Baseju too, right? And just lose anyways. All right, we're gonna board out the Snuff House. I think. Well, I think Engineer is like interesting. Let's see how many slots. I think Shadow Spear is probably really good in this matchup. Uh, Saga feels kind of bad. Excuse me, kind of bad against Blood Moon. I think we can bring this back and maybe the Engineer, I guess. I guess Needle can name like the Kikijiki, but I don't think we're playing towards that. This is like okay. The symbiote's not great, but we do have the best card in this matchup, so that's a thing. I'm pretty much keeping this solely off the natural order, right? I think you can't really afford to mulligan natural order away in this kind of matchup. I think Landlord Elves is where we want to be. It means we're one step closer to natural order, right? Again, not gonna get my hopes up, but a 5-0 on Christmas Eve would be nice. I don't think anything can match that first year that we did it, but we can try, right? Fable, sure. Wait, what is going on here? Interesting. Why did they do that? With the trigger on the stat, that's kind of interesting. If you know the answer to that question, that would be interesting to know. I'm curious if the order even mattered there. Maybe it did, maybe it did. I don't know. So we can either be mana efficient here and just like play the Once Upon a Time or play the Water with Symbiote. My gut feel, well, I guess we can just do that. I don't love it though. I play the Cradle because this may incentivize our opponent to try to Blood Moon us when we have the second force in our hand. Although if the Once Upon a Time had hit an Endurance, that's probably pretty good too, right? But I do think we should, make mana, so to speak. We're not gonna block. Ugh, that's a card that is very difficult for us to beat. This is not great in general. In this shell because you want threes, but against our deck happens to be really good. Like because they have so many other like disruptive pieces. Like the clock is incredibly fast. We drew the thing anyways, so that's kind of cool. Um, I think we just play the second force and pass. We're hoping here our opponent taps out for Den of the Bugbear. Um, and then let's see if they do it. I guess not. I'm not gonna block. Well, I guess we could. Simian Spirit Guide. I guess we might as well. Like, obviously, if they Fury us here, it's like quite bad, but I think we're like under a lot of pressure already. If they have a Fury, we probably lose anyways. To be honest, any cards on your Christmas wish list? In terms of what, Joff? In terms of buying or just like being, printed or like made? Okay, that's not good. Hmm. Yeah, this is a disaster. I don't think we're beating that hand regardless. Like, they're gonna like, even if we had a Progenitus right now, it's just like too late, right? Um, like we can just make a Fury. They can copy the thing, and then shoot, we block. They just do us a million. We're dead. All right, the 5-0 Dream is dead. Yeah, Moloch on MTGO would be nice. Like, this is one of the matches it really helps against too. Just like kill their maggots of the moon or whatnot. I think in terms of like what I would like to be printed, um, I think a very good Reclaimer payoff would be nice. I think the best at the moment is either Saga or Lair of the Hydra, right? I think an improved thing there would be pretty nice. I think for the like Reclaimer Glimpse build, I think an upgraded Heritage Druid or Birchlow Rangers would be pretty nice. I think that's like um I think a upgraded Landlord Elves would be nice, although I don't think that's ever happening. like obviously Death Right Shaman is like a once in a lifetime thing. I think. All right. Kind of slow. I think. Right. It's like two visionaries. Maybe it gets there. Maybe it doesn't. We don't know what our opponent's on. What do you think? Should we try this? Visionary doesn't really do anything. If they're on any kind of fast deck, we're gonna regret keeping this. I think I'm gonna mull. This is. Yikes. I think we're gonna keep this. I don't think we want to go lower. If they're on control, we're probably in trouble though. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. 2 L's for 2 mana is for Birch Lore. That is kind of what I'm looking for. Alright, they are on Delver. Presumably. Nope. Yeah, I'm kind of looking for that, right? Like, or yeah, a Birch Lore taps 2 L's for 2 mana, and it can be double green. Right? I don't need it to be colorless. I mean, any color, obviously. So we know the bottom card is Hoof, so I don't want to fetch here, right? I think we just do it now, right? Like, we have 2 Snuff Outs, so we're not gonna play it. We have to get 2 Bayous, in my opinion. If they daze us, that's kind of bad, but I think that's what we live with. I think they're on Delver. Well, I could be wrong. Yeesh, okay. Not what I want to see, but maybe not the best against our current hand, to be fair too. I think we're gonna force the artisan through, right? They probably have the bolt, but at least the artisan through. They gotta probably bolt the artisan, presumably. They're probably gonna not reveal. They shouldn't. There's no reason to. And then we force this through. They have to deal with this, which means the artisan lives, which means the landlord probably sticks. Right? I don't think they have 2 removal spells, and if they do, they don't develop their own board. Right? Like I think it's gonna play out okay for us, at least until 1 turn later. I can't guarantee beyond that, but probably okay. So one of the things about this build that is like what maybe it's turn off for some other people is you kind of have to plan ahead. If you just kind of like want to jam, I think the other build's probably more your forte, so to speak. Like you have to think ahead, if that makes sense, with this build, or plan ahead, I should say. Okay, that's kind of annoying. I think they're on the DRC like version. Guess we'll do this and test. Sure. Any thoughts on Candelabra? Probably not. And the reasoning is, if you have a Cradle, I think we're probably winning anyways. Like it doesn't do. The problem with it is it doesn't do anything by itself. If they want to force, I'm gonna do it now so they don't get the trigger, right? Like, I don't want them to connive, or I think it's connive, yeah, on our turn because they force and then we have to play another spell. If they want a double daze, I'm like more than happy with that. All right, we'll hope, right? We'll see. Counterbalance, the bane of my existence, even to this day. That one I believe was blind too. I could be wrong. Right? They looted with a letter shredder, so I think it was blind. Jesus. But you know, it is what it is. I think they're probably gonna bolt the oofs to turn on their bauble. I think we probably lost this counterbalance, unfortunately. Maybe not. Let's see what they exile. Alright, let's put this here. The exile land, sure. They have brainstorm. It's like kind of bad for us, right? We can't not play it though. Nice. All right, we got that through. That is gonna be relevant. We have a faster clock now as a result, right? Like, two heats are in the yard already. They have a bolt. All right, they have two baubles. They're definitely gonna kill the collector oof now. Could be a Murktide Regent right here. On the off chance they have Force of Negation, I'm gonna do it now. So they're digging in for Force because there's no Force. That's one of the nice things about Snuff Out, right? It dodges counterbalance completely. I think it's probably important. Well, if they have days, we get super punished here. Feels like, okay, if they have days, we get like pretty punished. I know they definitely have bowl. The bauble they perhaps put away. Do we go for the kill here or do we play it safe? I think we play it probably safe. I don't want to just like randomly lose. I think I'm gonna bog them. Sure. I think yeah. Now we just bog. I think. No, we're gonna not do that because they have the bauble here. We're gonna see if they trigger it, right? Because otherwise they don't get the draw. I think now we do it. Right? And it turns off delivery in one turn more too. I think I just want to just do that. Just like turn off their stuff. There is a chance this Reclaimer and this Visionary goes the distance, but we'll see. Like, I don't want them to play a Murktide region and suddenly we lose. and we can still cast natural. I just didn't want to lose the days, right? Obviously, no guarantee they have days, but and we haven't seen it, so I don't know. There's the days, right? So they potentially did EE. All right, that's annoying. What's with all these lists playing EE now? I guess it triggers their delirium, but it's like I don't know. It seems kind of whatevs to me. I guess it's good against elves too, potentially. Um, nice. We play this out to bluff the days. If they have, they might just do it anyways, just in case. But I think we got kind of lucky, to be honest. There, like our hand did not line up well against them, and I think we were probably fortunate to win there. We did not see Wasteland though, for what it's worth. So I'm like, classic solo hoop. Yeah, I know. It's like pretty nice, right? I don't love Engineer in this matchup, but it is a thing. Like if we know for sure they don't have Wasteland, and I think they don't, but I think it's a little bit greedy to because I feel like I played against other people with a similar list. This is like I think this is a list out of China, right? Like that plays the Ashiok Dream Render, and I don't want to just like be cold to that card suddenly. Oof is normally not great. It's like it was randomly good there, but I don't think I love it. It might be better than Engineer though against this build, so I think I like that. So yeah, that's probably better. Oof and Shadow Spear a nombo though, but I think the Oof can randomly shut off an EE. I think their list is probably like heavy on artifacts. It's like got higher upside. Keep. It's Christmas Eve. I better be Delver. My reputation is at risk here, right? Or when I say Delver, I mean really blue red. I don't think they actually have any Delvers. Ooh, that's a very good draw. V draw. V good. So we'll know a lot about the texture of their hand based on what they do here, right? Like, if they have removal, like our hand gets slowed down a little bit. I think we play the Visionary next. I'd never want to be like mana inefficient against these in general. But if they don't, I think we're trying to slam an endurance. It's got the highest like ceiling, so to speak. A cradle off top, as I always say, is like great here too. Interesting. That feels like a bolt is coming. I think I'm gonna snuff this out right now. Let's see what they do. I'm telegraphing the endurance, but I think the reward is worth it. They're tapped out right now. I'm gonna go for it. They daze me, and it is what it is, right? Yep. Jesus, they have and into Murktide too. Ugh, that's like pretty unfortunate. And we gave them we blew the snuff out too. I don't like pitching the endurance. I just don't think it's a winning line. Like I think if you do that, you're not gonna win regardless. I think you just hope they don't have it, right? And unfortunately, they had the days into the Murktide, which is like the scenario I was like afraid of, so to speak. Oh, I screwed that up. I was supposed to pitch the endurance. Oh my god, that was a mistake. I needed to pitch the endurance there to grow the artisan out of heat range. So that was a mistake on me. Right? Then we can get rid of the Murktide. Now I think we are probably in trouble. They could have. Well, I guess Force doesn't do anything there, right? For them. Yeah, I threw this game. With I clicked through it too quickly. Unfortunately, that's a mistake. I'm gonna live to regret here. That would have been, man, the ultimate punish for our opponent there, right? Like we get a grist down. Obviously, they could still have removal, but oh, I just threw pretty badly. I think we just like straight up win the game on the spot, right? Like we essentially counter their unholy heat, and then we untap, get the grist, tick down, kill the Murktide, and we probably just like straight up win. Yeah, I feel pretty bad about that. Here are my socials, by the way. Yeah, I just like click. It's a line that comes up every once in a while. Not as much in this matchup when at two. Usually when Phenar's in the 3-3, but like they're playing a lot of unholy heat, so there is that, I guess. I think you do it now, right? And then see if they have force. They probably do. Mad at myself for throwing this game. Do we want the collector with the engineer? I think the oof is better. Yeah, that's is yeah. Now we're gonna get punished, right? Like we're gonna mull a lot. Super punished here. So that misplay probably cost us not only the game win, the match win too, because we unfortunately this will happen with elves. You will draw the wrong part of your deck, like some at some point during the event. You just hope that you can, play through it, so to speak, right? And while we've reduced the failure rate, there is still a failure rate. just like awful. Hey Dark Dog, how's it going? They probably bowled the Reclaimer here. There is a chance I should have just like not played it. Oh, that's interesting. And the logic would be that I can grow it out of bowl range, but if they have heat, then it doesn't matter. Which they do. Our opponent is not playing the best too at the moment, for what it's worth. I think they should wait it with the bobble, but maybe they need the draw. Um, I think we do this and see what they do. I don't think we can afford to play around things now. Like we're behind on cards, so I think we just have to get aggressive with our saga plan, right? That's like the backup plan at the moment. We're pretty far behind, like I said, and I don't think we can afford to play around much anymore, if anything at all. Like I said, I threw this game, sorry, the second game by not for misclicking, right? I like. Sure, they have Murktide. It's kind of unfortunate. I think, like I said, I win the game straight up, like on the spot, right there with that evoked endurance. I just like click through it. It is a thing that has come up before, or like I will snuff out my own creature to like stop like red base removal before, but probably this is not getting done here. Hmm. Well, they made a mistake actually. I don't think you're supposed to leave two baubles in the yard, right? You leave ball with something else because that's redundant for delirium purposes for the RC. It kind of has to be whatever right here. You got to be kidding. So yeah, they are on the Oshok plan that we have mentioned. I think. Shoot. I think we do it. This. We are going to lose. That for nothing, and I don't think the token is worth just like losing the land, right? Well, maybe it is. Yeah, I don't think it's worth losing the land, so I'm gonna do it this way. I think in a bigger event, yeah, I would have to be slower and not just like click through the thing there. So it is my fault. Fortunate. I don't think there's a reason to play the Bayou here because we need the black to hard cast either Snuff Out or Igris. Um, we could just like all in. Well, actually, we're just dead, right? This Sledger is like too big. We could have just like all in hit the Ashiok too, but I don't think it matters. They're gonna attack with both. We're dead. Yeah. So kind of unfortunate there. We got punished at game three. We had to mold to 5, right? We should have really won game two, but something to keep in mind for sure. The evoke endurance just to like grow the artisan out of range. I should have not been so hasty, so to speak. Otherwise, I think we win that kind of easily, based on how the game have played out. All right, we're playing against Hyde or Hide. It could be Japanese. 1984. They're on Delver, so maybe a chance for atonement, so to speak here. Oh, okay. They are on Reanimator, presumably. And we happen to have the kill. Actually, I take that back. They are on a very all-in initiative deck. I think the correct play here is to once trigger the thing. Not gonna pay. The tempo matters more. I'm just gonna like proc it, and then ramp. If they have swords, Jesus Christ, what a start from our opponent here. Jeez. Okay. Sure. I think right now our plan is it has to be kind of like natural for lethal now. So I think based on the way this has played out, we can't just like deal with the Boseiju anymore. We're just gonna go ahead and like try to get enough creatures on board if that makes sense. Um, so yeah, I'll play the Cradle here and pass the turn. We just have to dodge a turn from our opponent here, like go unscathed, so to speak, right? Not get harassed for one turn. To put it crudely, sorry. All right, we take that. They reveal. What do they reveal? Chrome Monster. We're not gonna block because that's not a winning line. The Trinisphere can potentially help us here too, like depending what they do. I think we play this right now. I don't think it matters. I don't think I want to shuffle that in. They're probably gonna name the natural order, but that's okay. trap takes the 7, and then suddenly we have to block the cave. It's kind of annoying. Hmm. I think we have to block the spell behind her potentially, right? So let's see what they do here. Actually, no. If they attack with, they probably attack with both. We're forced to chump block the caves. We got a 7 here. That's like pretty bad already. Let's see if they mess up. Okay, so they did mess up. They're supposed to attack with both. They did mess up, so that helps. The thing is, if they attack with both, we can't fetch. So we would be drawing dead, I think. We need them to play like another spell. No, that's kind of annoying actually right now. Oh shoot. Okay, we're just drawing dead now then. I thought we had another arbor, but they sort like that is just an kind of insane start from our opponent. Like this is like so all in now. It's like almost a combo deck, right? Like with Chancellor. It makes for like pretty egregious play patterns if you ask me. All right. So I will take out the graveyard hate. Yeah, because it pitches a Chrome Mox or Solitude as well, right? It's kind of like I don't know. I get. I think it's like potentially even okay. It's just the kind of magic it incentivizes is just like pretty awful in my opinion. That's like a whole different story, I guess. Saga not at its best in this matchup. It is a land at the minimum though, but not great. I think the Fiend Artisans can probably come out down to 2. We don't really want one early. This would have been a decent hand if this was a swamp, but this is significantly worse. It's almost like a mole already. Hey, Teleria Midwest. I think we keep, but I mean, it'd be like it's kind of speculative, right? We draw a land, it turns on the Death Mark. We don't. It's kind of good too, right? I guess we're playing somebody who's 1-3, and I've said in the past, this deck is like susceptible to those kind of decks, right? The O2 bracket, so to speak. The problem is that you lose once, you keep losing. Oh my god. Yeah, the Blood Moon game, we just didn't have any hope, right? Just based on the way that the games lined up. But you have the fetch here. I think we're gonna do it now because I don't want to like lose to Archon of Emeria. Like I don't know what our opponent is playing, what nonsense they're playing. So I think we do it now. This is actually why I like Deathmart better than Fatal Push in this matchup because I do not want to like hold up a fetch and suddenly for Revolt and suddenly like can't cast my black cards at all, right? The smells like a containment priest. Should I just do it now? I'll pass. Sure. It's just so bad, I think, to play Chancellor though, because like you're all in, right? Like if you draw it, it's just like really bad, in my opinion. Um, let's try it once. See what we draw here. Shepherd is actually pretty good on this board state. So if they try to flash in Mind Sensor or whatnot, then I'll just like fetch and response. Perfect. Ooh. All right. I keep. Why? Why? Okay. Maybe we should play. I'm half joking. I'm mostly joking. Maybe we should play 3 arbors, right? Like, what is going on here? Sure. Red. That is kind of interesting. I don't think they have bolt or anything along those lines. So I could death mark one of their creatures. Which one is hard to say? We could just leave 2 creatures back too. That's the other thing. Attack first, then death mark. I could. The problem is they could just double block, right? I feel like it's correct to death mark first, and I feel like it's got to be containment priest in case we draw something relevant, right? This is 4, 5, 6, or 5, 6. Do we care? I think we just do that. It's fine. It's possible we should have just attacked with a landlord too. What is going on? Why is that being played? Oh my god. I cannot believe we're gonna lose this deck. What is... I feel like we have to Lost Well here. Like they can... Yeah. I feel like it has to be Lost Well here. Bottom and top the other. Maybe, yeah. I guess. So 2... What's going on here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess we can just get grist too. That's the other thing. Actually, hold on. I can just get a wirewood and like force blocks. Wow, that is a hell of a card. I think what we do here is we block and we can chump with the landlord. We're gonna block the creature that we don't care about, and then I guess it doesn't matter either way, right? Like we're hoping they run their touch the spirit realm out. Wow. Okay, that's not what I expected. Why did they not do that pre-combat? That doesn't make any sense. That does not make any sense. My God. I guess stash. We are probably losing now. I cannot believe they did that post combat when it doesn't make any sense otherwise. We're probably gonna get blown out too. Like the turn that we're gonna snuff out them is probably gonna be the turn they're gonna touch the spirit realm on us. Jeff Lynn has mentioned to me before that like the hardest players to play against are the ones where their plays don't make any sense. Like you can't glean anything from the play. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like they should jailer before, right? Because they can actually steal the initiative. Unfortunately, we just got to hope that they target the jailer here. Sure, that's fine. I don't think the law. I just did that to see if they would get scared. I don't think we're winning this game anymore based on how it's played out. Actually, I screwed up. I forgot the sagas in the deck, and actually that's like relevant. Might be too slow here though. It's something I'm not used to playing with as well. Saga in the deck, but I don't think it would have mattered here. Okay, we're just dead then. They're just like it's possible I just like played around stuff that wasn't there, right? Like our opponent, like none of their plays make any sense. So yep, that's a fitting end. Ugh, unfortunate. We are 1-3. Is there any reason to finish this league? I don't want to run into more 1-4 players. We I guess we can just play it out, just the for the points, I guess. All right, what did we lose to so far? We lost to not where we want to be. I think with this, we probably mull. Unfortunately, we are no in the 1-3 bracket. It's kind of it's probably not good for us. This has got to be Doomsday. I guess it could be Ant. That's the other thing it could be. What did I put a bottom here? I don't even remember. Oh, I bottomed the arbor, so I'm not gonna fetch first. We know the autumn arbor's on bottom. That's not what we want to see. I think ideally here we see a collector oof. I think I'm gonna. I don't think Doomsday plays preordained, so I think it's probably Ant. So we probably want to see the collector oof. Then we take the shepherd, since we already have a reclaimer. We're gonna fetch for Bayou, and then get reclaimer out. Badland. That could be. What am I playing against? Hey Hayabusa, how's it going? Merry Christmas for sure. Okay, they hit our two best cards in our hand right now. That's kind of unfortunate. I think to be safe, I don't want to lose like a sudden edict. I'm not like main phase. I think fetch for Cradle here. Cause I don't think I want to like randomly get got by a sudden edict. This looks like Grixis control. Right? If they suddenly eating, suddenly I don't have a cradle. That's like really bad in my opinion. That is a card that I typically don't play around, but him screams to me it's Grixis control, which sometimes plays sudden edict. So making adapting on the fly, so to speak. Yeah, it's the European list plays the preordains with the hymns. I think it's the Danish list, for what it's worth. It looks like a Strix is coming. Yeah. It's a lot of some of these Danish players play it. I think they cut Ponder, as crazy as that sounds. I think we go for maximum uh value here. All right, there we go. I doubt they have Snapcaster, but I mean I've been wrong before. I don't think I wanted them to hit the shepherd, right? If they consumes all me here, I'm gonna have to bounce the reclaimer, let them eat the shepherd and the wirewood. Otherwise, we're in a decent spot. Two top, zero bottom is interesting. So they him me. I actually don't think the endurance actually does anything. So I'm kind of glad that we took the line that we did. Wow, that is a hell of a draw. Um, I think what we're gonna do is five. Sure. I think what we're gonna do is bash and try to get our opponent to trade. Maybe not this. If they take the other one, I think that's okay. Yeah, I don't think we want to give them the option. What I'm doing here is I'm playing around Strix attack into Gris plus Bolt, right? I think this is gonna take over the game. Sure, that's fine. And now we get a slam Gris on an empty board. So I think we're sitting pretty here now, right? The Gris is gonna just take over the game now. Like I wanted them to trade there because I don't want them to have to attack into the Gris with a Bolt. That's kind of annoying, but all right. I didn't think they would play Snapcaster because there's like synergy with Consumes All, but maybe they're not on Consumes All. I don't know, or maybe they just live with the synergy, which is reasonable depending on the rest of their like makeup. Yeah, you're not beating that card. So the plan of bait them into the trade worked because we have a card that which is like is gonna win us the games like straight up. This matchup, be prepared right now for like four engineers out of the sideboard. Especially with the traditional build, having some success lately. I think that is like probably common. Shadow Sphere is like kind of interesting. I wonder if we want that or not. Probably not, but the thing is like the problem is it doesn't really beat Strix, right? I think Engineer is actually kind of interesting, right? Just name Strix. I actually like that. That actually appeals to me now. Because what Engineer can do for us in this matchup is allow the ground creatures to get through, right? Like I don't think like Shadow Spear is not good when all they have is like black removal, like that can just like blow you out, so to speak. The theory, like I'm 100% sure about Needle, like being needed. This I'm like less sure, but the theory crafting is it should be good against Delver. Of course, I may have to adjust some of my play patterns because I'm not used to playing the one saga, but uh, you know, I think it's worth the exploration at the moment. I think after this fifth match here, if we can go 2-3, uh, I think if we can go 2-3. I don't think the deck is like misbuilt per se. Like we just had no chance. Like there's no hand is lining up with what they had here. I think against the Delver player here, we like actually had the win and we just like misclicked, right? Uh, Here you're in the 1-2 bracket, so to speak, already. Like it's which is like not good for us. I think I can chalk this up and the other ones up. And we're just run back the same list. I think the list is felt like it was fine. We like did there in our losses. There was nothing we could have done outside the one misclick one where we actually like straight up win. Oops, did we not submit? I guess not. No, I can't keep this. Oh my god. What is going on? I think it's that. Hey Straz Daddy, how's it going? Hey Mark. Yeah, I think it's like pretty neat. Like especially as a Maverick player, I'm sure that anybody with a toolbox can appreciate this. Oops, that's wrong. I think we do that. It's a wanna, but I think when I last tried it, the deck was like not as well suited to to handle this card, if that makes sense, right? Or to accommodate it. I think the way the deck is built now with Artisan makes it a lot better now. I think they probably take the Thoughtseize. Yeah, Saga against Blue is just like completely broken, right? It makes Reclaimer even better than it already is. Obviously, I don't need to tell a Knight of the Reliquary fan just how good tutoring of lands is. Excuse me. You're gonna try to hymn this Saga thing out. Ugh, it's annoying. What are the package targets with Saga? That's a good question. I'm running the Needle, which I think is kind of a must, and the other card is the Shadow Spirit. That is like less of a must in my opinion. I theory crafted it should be good against Delver. I don't have a great second target at the moment, and that's kind of the issue why it wasn't the only issue. The first issue was I just didn't think that the in the Glimpse Reclaimer build it was able to accommodate the Saga really well because if you drew it and flooded, it was like really bad. Um, I think flooding in this case is a lot better. So there's a Okay, I screwed up. Like I talked about this, and I thought that. Now I messed up, but that's okay. If we drew Kratos, potentially bad too. So there's that. So Haywire Might I thought about, but I just don't think it's better than Mass Vandal, which I'm not even playing. I thought about Nihil Spellbomb. Like just as a cantrip. Not sure that's worth it. If they have removal here, it's kind of bad. I think I'm just gonna pass. I'm kind of glad I did, right? We're gonna draw a card here, and I'm playing no targets made. Cause I just think it clutters up the deck. I think I just want draws. That's not bad. So if they have removal, I'd rather they remove the Visionary than an Arbor, right? Like I don't want to just lose a removal here. I feel like they have it, and they do. Right, I just get blown out there if I fetch Arbor, I'm like all about just consistency and why. And actually, I think that tends to be why I like. Oh my god, why I like playing against more predictable blue decks in general than some of these like all in stompy shells or all in combo shells. Because like I don't think I can outplay my opponent or my deck can outperform my opponent's deck under those circumstances, or at least less likely is what I mean. Like it's more of a coin flip than anything else, right? You skew towards 50%, which depending where you are on the win rate spectrum is good or bad, right? Like if your deck doesn't perform well, then maybe that's okay. Or if you think you're the worser player, like definitely like when I play modern, like I'm more likely to pick a coin flippy deck because I don't want to get outplayed, so to speak. Hey Josh, how's it going? I think we just play this. This league not too hot. Like we are 1-3. I punted one match and unfortunately like put myself in the wrong bracket. We had a non games against Moonstompy. Against Initiative, like our opponent made some plays that, in my opinion, like didn't really make any sense to be quite frank. And that kind of like, I wouldn't say it's the reason why we lost, but it definitely like maybe made us overthink certain things, so to speak, right? I would say the reason why we lost was, um, they had like a flame tongue Kabu out of nowhere, like for instance, right? And we just not playing around that. And we were playing around like touch the spear realm, but it wasn't even there. They could have a sudden edict here. We'll see, or removal in response. Ooh, they don't. If we get opposition agent here, it's not my night or our night. I think we just like grist them, right? A literal OG flame tongue Kabu like 4-2 deal 4 like that. We literally lost that tonight, which is kind of crazy, but it did happen in the previous match. Like, and I don't know what to say other than the fact that here it was mentioned by Haps that it was part of a 5-0 list, like, and that must have been where they got it. Don't get me wrong, I love myself in FTK, like especially in Cube. It's just not what I was expecting in Legacy, but here we are. Also, Josh, I've been following your tweets. I know you're a Giants fan. I'm a Dodgers fan, but ooh, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I am. I apologize for the things going on with Carlos Correa. Right? What am I naming here? Strix. Is that or is it Bird? Somewhat vindication, I guess. All right. What? I don't even know the type. Strix. I think it's a bird. Oops. Yeah, it is a bird. I think we just named that. Like just like not have to deal with this in the future. Obviously, they have like it consumes all right now. It's kind of bad for us because of the way it interacts with Artisan, but we'll see. I mean, it's possible. The Mets apparently are not sold on his medicals, so I don't know what's gonna happen there. I mean, you're probably more invested in than I am. Like, I only know actually partially because I follow you on Twitter, and so that's not the only way, but one of the ways I like kind of knew what's going on because while we are on different sides of the aisle in terms of who we root for baseball, I'm glad to see your updates though. That was pretty cool. Sure. We ignore, I think. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I should have actually done it differently. I should have played the Reclaimer second because then I let them think about like whether they want to trade the engineer or not. Like that's a misplay. Possibly, yeah. Possibly. Sure. I guess three is like reasonable. This way, it's like bigger plus bolt, right? You live through that and consumes all its 2 turns from now. So, oh, that's kind of annoying. This is what I meant. Like these Grixis players love to just quad engineer and just call it a day against tribal, right? Um, that is kind of obnoxious. Force the block. So I think what might have cost me was allowing them to trade, but I guess they could have just traded the following turn, right, with the engineer. Jesus, that's kind of annoying. I guess we are not beating by aggro now. Uh-oh, they're gonna K command us again? Jesus Christ. This matchup actually would be the one where Marin is like pretty good. I think they're gonna K command us. Jesus Christ. It's just not my day. Ironically enough, the Shadow Spear is like pretty good here. Although not in the face of K command, I guess. This is kind of annoying. What can I tutor for here that can beat an engineer potentially? I think I boarded out all the um, endurances. I don't think they do anything. I could get a visionary, but it just essentially means I'm cycling. I don't have a grist anymore too, so that's kind of problematic. And how many more artisans do I have? There's one that's gone. Actually, I should not have done that because I realized they can just hold the Strix back, so that's not going to be a winning game plan. So I misplayed this. I think our out is actually to draw closer to natural order. Um, so we could have just cycled the arbor for a visionary, but then we lose the like edict effect suddenly. So that's kind of annoying. This is a forced attack now. Actually, we should wait. What? What? Why did they do that? Did they just like straight up punted the match for some reason? Like I just assumed that. Okay, flashback. I actually messed up. What I needed to do was play the Wirewood, force him to play the Sudden Edict, uh, and then I still lose, right? Or it's like a forced attack now, if that makes sense. Like it trades with the engineer, they have to trade with the other engineer, or not even trade, but chump block. But they didn't have anything, and then I thought for sure there was a Snapcaster coming down to double trade, right? Also, Deathmark is interesting. It is like a meta specific card. I wouldn't say it's like locked in by any chance. We went 2 and 3. I don't like love it. I want to bring up the deck really quickly again and then use the restroom. If anybody has any suggestions before I start the new league, I think the main deck is actually fine. Maybe I want engineer main. Maybe that's the swap instead of the third snuff out. That's actually correct to do and remind me to do so. I think I definitely want the needle. I think all of this other stuff is like pretty locked. The questionable slots I think are the death mark and maybe the shadow spirit, which I like in theory at least against Delver. How's the saga been? Again, this is only the second night I've tried it. I feel like it's better than before. And it has some potential. Like before, I didn't love it because if you draw too many lands and you just have like all Versatile Rangers or Heritage Druids, and then you just draw too many lands, you're probably gonna like flood out. And it's not gonna be great. If you also drawing these targets before was pretty awful. I think now like if you're drawing too many lands, that's fine because you have so many mana sinks. Uh, I thought about mine. It just didn't seem like it moved the needle. I tried Spellbomb, like Nihil Spellbomb as another like tutable graveyard. The problem is Reclaimer already gets bogged. Maybe that's okay, but I feel like it's just not different enough if that makes sense of a card. Like it's not unique enough to what some of the other cards. Like I think this could be game winning against certain decks, namely Merit Lage decks and Delver. But again, that's just theory crafting, right? Like this I'm 100% sold on. I tried this in the past and it was very good. It's good naturally too, which I like a lot. The problem is this does has zero text in combo in not combo in fair matchups outside of like D&T and whatnot. But like ideally, I've always been missing the second like tutor target, right? Like for Saga, like making a couple of constructs is like okay, but there is like not really a second strong. Like there's like retrofit or foundry. I feel like that's a little bit slow, but maybe that's what it is. I'm gonna use the rest and be back. We got some water. Um, so two things, I guess. Answer key gaming. I think let's go to deck building mode. I think the Shadow Spear is not so much it's not so much losing the indestructible, although that can come up if you have a snuff out against green white depths. That's like pretty hot actually, but the life gain actually buys us at least a full turn, presumably. Uh, and then with regards to Black Vice, I don't think so because we're not really an aggro deck. Like at least not in the traditional sense. Like we can win with aggro, but it's not. It's because we've kind of like pseudo locked our opponent already. If that makes sense. I think we definitely want the engineer main here, just as another threat. It's like awkward to draw two snuff outs against control. The first one probably is like not the worst. The second one is game losing in my opinion. So I think that's like a reasonable like upgrade already. And then I'll go ahead and save that actually. Export. We can just like rename this, yeah. So that's already an upgrade that I like. Uh, do we need additional removal that is like targeted towards initiative? Maybe, maybe not. Um, the problems I do not like. We have kind of like spare slots at the moment. I'm not like concerned about some of these artifact decks, so I don't want to play like Force of Vigor. Um, if we can think of another tutor target, I'm all ears before we start another league. I do think this swap is already an upgrade. I think the engineer main is probably better than the Force Snuff Out because again, diminishing returns and you just don't want to draw the wrong part of your deck against control, right? Like you could probably stomach one. Our own grindstone is pretty. Yeah, I think that is like cute in terms of like against painter or whatnot. I feel like it's pretty narrow otherwise, right? Like I think we want a card that is like pretty flexible, but also high impact. So flexible is like retrofit or foundry. I think it is probably low impact though. I think spell bomb is probably like maybe up the alley, right? Obviously this Black Lotus is nice, but that's a whole different story, right? I'm trying to think what else. Needle is obviously good against combo. I'm just not sure there's a second good target per se. I did have Spellbound before. I must have moved it, but it didn't. Like 2 mana against Delver just feels like a million, right? Like I don't want to have to play my spell bomb, cycle it, and then you know, and then not impact the board, right? I think we just double check that this is what we want. Yeah, if there's no other suggestions, and of course feel free to message me anytime or message in my Discord if you think there's like something we should be playing. I thought about that card. It is interesting. It comes in against Delver. I wonder, but the problem is like you take 8 right from the Murktide region or whatever it is first, and if they bounce it, you take another 8, so to speak. Traverse works since Sage is enchantment. That is funny you asked that because I had just messaged my internal chat recently. I feel like that card is probably low key the highest power level green card I can think of that for some reason is seeing no play. Initiative for Meekstone is kind of interesting. Hmm, that's pretty interesting. So it does. They can't attack. The problem is like, how do you win from that board state? Is the problem. But that is interesting. The thing is, initiative. I'm not sure you get many opportunities to saga for it, right? I think you have to draw it naturally, which is fine. It's not. It's not like unreasonable. I think that's like not doesn't disqualify. I just wonder if stopping them from attacking is how you beat them. I think at some point you have to steal the initiative or resolve a natural order, right? Like I'm not sure it gets you there if that makes sense. Like whereas because it doesn't actually affect the board. Because you can't attack, right? Like your creatures don't untap either. Namely Reclaimer and I guess Artisan. If you untap with it, you probably win, but you're unlikely to untap with Artisan. It's like interesting. I have to think about that through some more. Because the last time I tried Meekstone, did not feel particularly great for what it's worth. Like it's good against Delver, and that was kind of it. Like I think if that's the case, I feel like the Shadow Spear is better, right, than Meekstone, because Shadow Spear actually increases your clock pretty significantly against combo, and it's still good against Delver in theory at least. Our opponent is typically on Painter. I don't know what they were on last. They might have been like Infect or something. Something like Springleaf Drum or some white cards, or is Birch Lord just better? Springleaf is actually kind of interesting now that we don't have Birch Lord, right? That is actually kind of interesting. And that's a card you can play main deck too, which I like. So that is a good suggestion. I had seen that card before, but then again, the last time I tested this was like under very different parameters. Namely, Initiative was not a thing, and Fiend Artisan was not even a thing yet. So I actually like that suggestion a lot. Answer Key Gaming, and I may try it. That is a card I've had success with in other formats, namely Pauper in the past. That is the type of card I like a lot. So also it is very sneaky in the Archon of Emeria. Yeah, I mean it's off color. That's the only thing, but I don't think that like fully disqualifies it. I think it's probably Infect here, like Windswept Heath. Okay, it's lands. Our opponent is the Fun Police today. I think here we're just gonna YOLO it, and oops, I just not gonna play around with Wasteland, right? Like I just we're just gonna like try to turbo out the Visionary, right? Our hand, that's true, but that's asking a lot. I think maybe it's okay. I do like that Springleaf Drum is a card you can play main deck, and I also do like that Springleaf Drum is just like does a very unique thing that potentially we want. It's like a very explosive card too, right? So that is a quite interesting card. I would have loved if we could play Ballista, but that's probably good that it's not. You can't get it off. I don't think Bobble does enough. Like just a cantrip, you mean? I don't think that's enough. I think it has to affect the board, especially the other problem with like I think I'd rather play a spell bomb, right? If it's gonna be that, or well, I guess spell bomb is 2 mana. Um, I don't think I love Bobble. Yeah, that's true. That is that too. Why are they playing? What is going on here? I probably don't want to find out what their deck does. I can't imagine it's gonna be something we want to see play against. I think there's no world here where we don't just like flood the board, if that makes sense. Um, oh, just slam the artisan, I guess. The good old artisan. They technically could have arbor. I actually don't think we care if they. What is going on here? What? Why did they do that? Yeah, I think a lot of people are, being tricked into bad initiative. I do not think that deck is good. Do not think that card is good. That deck is good. And why is exploration of all things in it? Like it just seems kind of all over the place, to be honest. I guess if they are on that initiative, right? Like Death Mark is probably pretty good as extra removal. I think. Do we want Engineer? It just seems like a trap. That seems like a trap. I like an exploration seems strange to me. Like you, ooh, Triangle of War. Target creature you control fights target creature opponent controls. That's like asking to be blown out. I wonder. I feel like there's removal already, but maybe not as efficient as that. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. Like obviously, if you're doing it, you have a reclaimer active, presumably. So you can deal 3 damage. I'm not sure if that's enough, but that's like a thing, I guess. I feel like I wonder why we haven't heard of this card though. I did Scryfall before for what it's worth. Yeah, there's that, right? Yeah. What am I? Like we didn't see anything from our opponent. Is the problem? What is going on? I feel like this is not. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe this is too much removal and just like do this. Yeah, let's try this and just like keep the deck really lean, right? That has the chance to really backfire. No 1 drop. 4 mana is a lot for what it's worth. I would want this card to be able to come in against Delver, and I'm not sure that plays, if that makes sense. And I thought about it. I tried Voyager Staff, Josh, in the Glimsville. It is horrific to draw. I cannot understate how bad the card is to draw. Actually, let's do this first. I don't want them to get value. I guess it's the Artisan. I'm gonna snuff out your dork here. Wow, that is an aggressive force. They probably don't have removal, right? Like I get the logic behind it. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just like that's the legacy we're living in these days. Right? It's like haymaker magic. Million sensor maybe. If they have endurance, I'm gonna feel very silly. So I don't think it's worth it. And then we'll see what our opponent does here. The fact that they didn't do anything, I wonder. I'm just gonna try to like attack their mana now. What the heck is going on? Stasis. Sure. Nonsense deck. Nonsense deck. That's okay. We can just draw more lands, right? We can attack. I don't think they're gonna block. I could be wrong. There's really no need. Like we get mana off the thing. Like we could like dare them, but I feel like they're not gonna block. And they do. Let's do it like that. I'm gonna hedge. Hey Harry, great question. Actually, I like the Street Reefs a lot. I'm just not. It's. I just wonder, and I think the card is actually really underplayed. That's an interesting topic, Harry. But I actually did like the Street Reefs a lot. The problem is I didn't have room if I wanted to play the Snuff Outs main, but they were pretty impressive with Once Upon a Time. But yeah, I like how you're thinking though. The problem is converter playable by itself. What is your gut feeling on that? Like, I don't want cards that need other cards to be good. I've like said that a few times in my Discord. How many lands would the deck need to utilize Mox Diamond? We're probably not super far away from it, to be honest. Interesting. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. All right, that was interesting, I guess. I'll bring up the deck right now since we're all like brewing, so to speak. Yeah. So again, I think the one this is like a lock. The second one is like questionable, and this is like the best thing I can think of at the moment. Maybe the spring leaf drum is better. Maybe the actually I forgot the exact text on converter. Let's try that. Currency converter. Whenever you discard card, you may exile. Okay, so I don't think I want to play Street Reef just for that. But Street Reef, to be fair, was pretty good. Maybe there's a future where I mean I've done it before, right? I have a 5-0 some posted on Twitter where I 5-0 with Street Reef and Snuff Outs, like just like all the life loss, right? Where people joked I'm like one step away from playing Shadow, which is not the craziest idea, by the way. But the problem is with the Street Reefs, there's no more room, right? Like unless I'm playing the Snuff Outs in the sideboard, which is not the cra- I lose percentage points against Del. Okay, let's go to the drawing board, right? Assuming we can play the Street Reefs main, then the Snuff Outs go to the side, and let's just make a copy right now. Open new copy. Oops, here we go. Properties. We'll call it Street Nightmare on Elf Street Reef, right? That's pretty much what it would be. And I think if we do that, the Snuff Outs will be the side, which is not, the end of the world. Uh, I can see a modified version with Shadow. So the problem with that is, I wonder how dangerous are we living against Delver, right? Like, I know we have some slack, but it's just like living life on the edge, right? And I wonder if we even need Shadow. Like, what does it solve? Is the problem, or is it It's one thing, right? Like, that is good. I like that, Joff, and a way. We will do that. We will do that. So we want to do the correct spelling of reef, right? For Christmas sake. This is like full on Christmas now. Uh, yeah, I think it looks very different. I think the core is still like kind of the same. I mean, obviously people call this orcs and whatnot, right? But yeah, I can see like playing Wasteland maybe in that kind of build. But I don't think Shadow actually like Shadow kind of leads this deck in a different direction. But yeah, let's just say we have the three Street Reefs made, or maybe even move this, cut the engineer or whatever, right? We'll remove, and then maybe one Snuff Out main, something along those lines, or even two. Yes, I agree with Josh. If I'm playing Shadow, there's like zero chance I'm not playing C's main. Uh, If we play Converter, okay, what does Converter do again? Draw a card to discard a card. See, I just will somehow wonder if that's too slow, right? Like, do we just rather have the Shadow Sphere? Like, I don't think grinding is the problem with this deck. I think the problem is like you die to turn one decks, like the Rite of Flame decks, or like these stompy shows that like virtually kill you on turn one, like turn one Blood Moon or turn one like initiative backed by like five removal spells, right? You're probably losing in that case. I'm not sure that solves that. Although the Springleaf Drum is like very interesting though, right? Because I do think a Burst Lore effect is kind of strong. So I have to think about that. That's like pretty interesting. Reef with Converter. The problem is like with only Converter. Sorry, with only one Converter. I'm not sure Reef is like worth the hoops to jump through. I don't mind playing Converter for value. Like maybe that's okay. I'm just not sure grinding is exactly what we need. Right? I'm like down to two Visionaries. That's like the level of respect or lack thereof, right? I have for like control decks. All right, our match is begun. Oh, speaking of turn one variety, I think we're gonna get comboed here, but there is a chance they're not on Oops All spells, but I'm almost certain they are on it. Maybe we see the one endurance. No, we did not. I think we take the artisan, I guess, and pray that the reclaimer gets there. I mean, there is a chance they're not on Oops, but based on how much they play the deck, I think I'm taking the chance here that instead of going turn one Zenith. Also, Reclaimer turn one is not the end of the world. You can get Cradle too if they're not on it. Okay, we're dead. I don't think it's reasonable to try to mold to the one of endurance. Like if they have it, they have it. Unfortunately, we are 1-0, but we're in the 1-2 bracket again. It's just not where we want to be, right? Like these kind of all in decks that have lost a Delver or whatnot. Although the Memories Journey tech, I will say from a brewing standpoint, pretty sick. I do enjoy that out of Oops a lot. So they are going for it. I will concede now. Like from one, I guess like deck builder to another, right? I think this is like pretty sweet tech. I don't enjoy playing against this deck, but I mean I definitely think it's cool if that makes sense. Nito's pretty relevant. We want C's. We have like a lot of dead cards against them from game one. Not that it matters, but engineer doesn't do anything. What am I cutting now? Artisan's kind of slow. I don't think I want the full. Actually, I should be cutting this first before the Wirewoods. I think and the Visionaries. I think they do more. The Shadow Sphere, I don't think matters. Yeah, that too, Josh. That's a good point. I can't keep that. Also, cannot keep that. What is going on? Like, why did I just not board correctly? Like, not seeing any of my hate. And there we go. Keep. We can board one out, and then this doesn't matter. Probably not Reclaimer. Yeah, I kind of suspected that they could have this. This is kind of cool. All right, we open up a ley line. They just maybe concede. Do we want to see any of these cards? Probably not. So I'm gonna take the Bayou. There was an argument to be made to keep the Reclaimer over the Thoughtseize because they could have Leyline and Sanctity. But I wanted to take their out to Leyline just in case. I'm saving the Boseiju as a Stone Rain. They have 6. I wonder if I just do it now. Feels like that's correct. Probably. No, I don't think they board in Force of Vigor. They like kind of know scouted our list. They have one out to it, which is the Summoner's Pack for the what is it called? The I forgot what's the Foundation Breaker. So here, the Reclaimer lesson learned would have been better, right? We get a clock going with Saga. So that is something to keep in mind in the future. Like obviously, I'm learning on the fly here the new play patterns associated with Saga, and that's just like something I just had not considered before, right? Do we want to see any of these cards? Probably not. Fetch was better. Why is that, Josh? Okay, we got it now. So, Josh, why do you think Fetch was better? My thing was I didn't want to draw any of those cards, so I wanted bottom. So I didn't want to actually fetch. But I didn't. The thing is that's my point, Josh. I didn't want it to thin because I knew what the bottom 4 cards were gonna be, and I don't want to actually reshuffle the deck, so to speak. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. It's the shuffling that I was caring about. But like that's something I've messed up before, obviously. And I know Josh, you've been in school, and hopefully school has been going well. But like I definitely messed up that before, where I'm thinking about shuffling, sorry, thinning the deck. But then when in reality, if you don't want to see those 4 cards, you actually take the card that doesn't actually shuffle. So I think we're on the same page now. But like good thinking though. Do we want to change anything based on what we just saw? Probably not. Our opponent might just, overzealously board in Force of Vigors, right? Like, because they saw Leyline now. I think we keep. Actually, I should have got. I screwed up. What I should have done was board to a endurance hand. Actually, they kept that. Interesting. It is. I actually screwed up. I did not think it through. For some reason, I was. Yeah, I should not have kept his hand. I just did it too quickly. Although what it could accidentally help us is our opponent's probably confused. Like why what is going on here? The Passeju is kind of neat. Let's do that and pass. Oh, we're dead now. Interesting they kept it in Thoughtseize. I definitely should not have kept his hand, but it. Right, that was the line I had in mind. Interesting. Interesting that they didn't take C's. Interesting that they didn't take C's. There's no way they're playing Veil of Summer, right? So they kept the foundation. So it kind of backfired on our opponent, right? Like, I don't think we care about the foundation breaker here. I think we take the ritual. I guess like with their they kept it because they saw a ley line and it kind of like backfired on them, right? That we didn't like. I'm not saying we kept a great hand, but like it, and I'm not saying it worked in our favor necessarily, but our opponent wasn't able to take advantage of it. Yeah, they kept an even worse hand, and the logic was because they thought we were gonna mold to ley line, right? And we kept a 7. We might have just like Jedi mind tricked them, not intentionally, but like accidentally Jedi mind tricked our opponent. We take the spirit guide, I think. Everything else is like irrelevant. Bog our opponent. Our opponent is now at least 2 cards away from winning. They need actually 3, right? Mana plus the payoff. Oh, okay, I take that back. They are just now just probably just stone cold dead. Double stone rain incoming. Yeah. Yeah, our opponent was stone dead to the oof there. Not a good matchup too, but I think our opponent might have just like psyched themselves out, and I think our poor keep actually tricked our opponent, which is kind of funny. Definitely weird. I think I should not. I agree with Josh. I should not have kept that opening hand. It was pretty loose. I do think our opponent probably over respected the ley line, which is the benefit of playing two, right? We're playing against Micrograms, who's playing for the 5-0. Um, I know they've been on initiative. The problem is this is like pretty bad against initiative, so I'm gonna mull. This is significantly better. I drew the best card in the matchup. Wow, that's an aggressive solitude, if I must say so myself. Okay, sure. The snuff out main phase is smart because in case we have cradle, so I respect that. I think that arc really forces now us to use the what is it called? Use the fetch land. That I actually in this situation would have preferred to not use. Yeah, I mean I hate this kind of magic, right? Like it's just like horrible gameplay. Jesus Christ. I think we have to do it now. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is it feels like playing against a combo deck, right? Like, and we just drew all Kratos, so we're probably just like screwed regardless. I could have saved myself some damage, but it might be correct to just main phase snuff out if that makes sense. I think we're probably dead now. I don't think so. Like I don't see how we can ever beat that kind of start. It also doesn't help that our opponent knows what we're on. So so that's the thing, right? Like I've talked about this before, and I just like it's like kind of infuriating. Not our opponent's fault, just in general, where we're not the type of deck that can aggressively mulligan, but they can do it to us, right? So it's not really symmetrical, like as a critical mass deck. So where are they in the dungeon right now? Yeah, the gameplay is just so bad in my opinion. Yeah, we're just dead, I guess. There's nothing we can do. And this is just like the game was not close, right? Sure, that's fair to Larry Midwest, but I'm just saying in general, right? I just feel like a lot of times I've had people keep like no lands like with Furies or whatever, right? And pitch. Like I had a person playing Chase's Strifle's deck, right? And they went turn three. They had like no blue lands, and I was just like, "What is going on?" And they suddenly had a Force of Will like out of nowhere, and then they had a Fury plus pitch, and like without casting any spells the first three turns of the green. It's just like you would never do that otherwise. But when I asked them, I was like, "Did you know what I was on?" And they're like, yeah, I did." So that's why I kept it, and I was just like, "Well, um, not their fault, obviously, right? Like I guess if you want, you take the advantage, but it's just like feels really bad for my end at least." What are we taking out here? Do we even want the sphere? feel like it could be relevant, but I don't know. Maybe not. Like the life law. Let me think. I feel like we just want board, right? Like we don't. Like, I don't think the life actually matters. Engineer is kind of interesting though, but I think it's. I think the artisan's probably better. This is not really a saga matchup. Also, they had swords made, so they were like kind of pre-boarded against us too, which is not the norm, but we could be trending that way, if that makes sense. We do have a turn 3 natural, though. That's kind of nice, at least. I think that should be mostly unbeatable. Ugh. Uh, do we? I don't. I'm pretty sure they take the natural order here. Yeah. So I want to get as much mana as possible off the cradle. So that's why I'm playing the land first. I actually don't think I care about the spellbinder now at this point. And I think we just want to ramp. All right, the cradle is what we care about. We're not gonna trade. We save the snuff out in case they have Aven Mind Sensor, and then we're gonna like cast our win, right? Our progenitors. And I don't think they can stop it at this point. Famous last words though. We even went first to the other game. That's kind of gross. I think it's possible. We need to just like build our deck to beat initiative game one, and maybe that just means the force snuff outs, right? Like, not that it would have mattered because the one card that we would have cut instead is the plague engineer, but it did feel pretty bad there. I don't think we care. Like the only thing we care about right now is Aven Mind Sensor or Containment Priest, and that's what the snuff out is earmarked for. Um, if they hit that, how much mana do we have left? We still have 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think we bounce. They have to have a second removal here. Like we're gonna have, it's gonna force out their solitude, right? On maybe Dryad Arbor. Right? They're doing the math too, for what it's worth. Like I think they have no choice but to solve. Yeah, I mean, right? We forced out the solitude here, just to cut the mana, right? If we bounce, then they don't have to do it, but. Wizard. This feels like Aven Mind Sensor. This thing is so good in this matchup. It's kind of ridiculous. I think we want to scare our opponent here and leave black up. Again, I don't think we care about the Spellbinder here. That's not going to win the game. We have 3, 4, 5 mana. So we're one short because this takes 6. I think what we do is this. Well, let me think. We can get a grist, but what's that gonna do? They're gonna attack with a spellbinder. I guess that's probably okay. They want to attack with a spellbinder. And then I'll pass. I don't think I care. This game should be ours. Like we have force in our hand pretty much. Like Snuff Out is force of will. We don't care about the spellbinder. Like it can attack the crits down they want. I pretty much got it because it's a +2 mana for the cradle, right? We're gonna be able to play through removal here. Sure, that's irrelevant as well. That was a mistake. I should have killed the white plume, but that's fine. I believe this is lethal, but let me just see. They have a swords to plowshares here. Like, how does that work? I think it's still lethal through it. So they all get +5. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna count. That's what am I doing here? I don't want to actively mill the Cradle Hoof. Yeah. All right. Now the hard part, winning on the draw. We drew our best card, two of them in the matchup, so that is a good thing. I think removal is like how you typically beat these decks. Um, this is a mode of 6, but the 6 is pretty good. It has Death Mark, and then unfortunately the Prog is in our hand. I think it's probably a keep though. There's no way they're leaving in Chalice. That smells like a swords. If we want to like screw up their sequencing, we would play the Reclaimer first, I think. Um, Actually, we just do this just in case. If they don't have the swords, then we feel like dumb. Yeah, otherwise we would have felt dumb there. wonder if we even care about the Spellbinder. I mean, the damage can add up. Yeah, I think that damage can add up, so I'm just gonna do it now. Touch the spirit realm, sure. So that's kind of cool, I think. We get to cast our Reclaimer now. I think our opponent kept a very reactive hand. Actually, that might just end the game. Sorry to Dream Crush, potentially. Yeah, this could just end the game on the spot. All right, we fought through that. Despite an insane start from our opponent game one. Wow. Okay, 3-0 start so far from this list. Didn't really change much except for the snuff out, moving one to the side and then the plague in your main, which I think I like in general. Maybe not against that deck, but just overall I think it's better. I'm gonna take a quick look, restroom break again. Hey Josh, it's possible. I do think one of there's two downfalls I think of the deck existing. I think the first is the play patterns, right? Like pretty awful play patterns. Like all three games right there against micrograms weren't really that close. Like we got blown the what out game one, and games two and three we were pretty much in control the whole game because we just had the removal, right? So it tends to be real snowbally, and I'm not sure that makes for great gameplay. So that's number one. Number two, some I think it's kind of like understood. Legacy is kind of supposed to be a non-rotating format where you can play your pet decks, whether they be tier 3, 4, whatever it is, and at least have an okay shot of like going X2 or whatever, right? Like I think that's kind of like what people kind of enjoy. I think, and initiative means that those decks cannot really compete, in my opinion. The top tier decks, I think, still can. They just have to adapt, right? And I just think if you don't enjoy where there's like at least 20 viable decks in Legacy, and I think keep in mind the legacy crowd I think is like along the lines of the vintage and the EDH crowd where they're maybe skew older and have affinity for certain old cards. Um, they probably won't enjoy that kind of very narrow metagame, so to speak, right? Like, I think a more competitive person, if like who plays, let's say, Pioneer or Standard a lot, where there's only like 7 good decks, might be okay with that, and that's also might be more fun because we know what the elite decks are now. It's just like, can you outplay your opponent, right? Um, I don't think the legacy crowd is along those lines. I think they're more along the lines of what I said before, where they don't get to play much and they want their the deck that they invested the money in to be at least maybe not tier 1, but not to be completely blown out of the water is probably the best way I can explain it. Yeah, that would have been nice. Obviously, it's not working the way it intended. Also, Soul Lands is a thing. I think that's a mole. I don't love this either, but it's better. The other one's a mode of 5 already. This is like kind of a mode of 5.5. I think we lead with the reclaimer. I mean the elf and see what happens. Because we are a little bit land heavy, I led with the bayou because I want the verdant catacombs to represent a an arbor, right? A creature. All right, they bolt us. That's fine. If they want to waste us, I think that's probably also fine. Guess they don't. Don't tell me it's another counterbalance. Oh, okay. Okay. This is a throwback. Interesting. Interesting. I think we do that, and then we're gonna protect our reclaimer, right? Like, um, I'm not sure about that, Josh. I actually think Monarch is better than Initiative. I think the difference is there's no really 3 mana Monarch card that affects the board the way White Plume Adventurer does right now. I think that's the difference. I actually think Monarch is stronger, but there's just no 3-drop version of Monarch yet. If there was, I think it's actually stronger than Initiative, personally. They probably hit the Bayou, I suspect. Yeah. I wonder if they're playing Murktide too. That's the problem, right? Like, people know exactly what is in my list. I can't really tell with some of these blue decks, right? Hmm. Reasonable. Maybe they forced this. I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say. That screams Bolt to me, for what it's worth. 'Cause maybe they're holding up Stifle. That's the only thing that makes sense at this point. No, I think the initiative decks are better. Don't get me wrong. I think the mechanic Monarch is better because but we just don't have a 3-drop version. Is what I'm saying. Uh, do I care? Probably not. I think we take 4 here, go to 12. It's like I almost forgot how to play against Dugoyev, right? It's been a while. This could be a stifle, right? Maybe this is like old school Rogue Delver. Like there's a lot of these whatever accounts they talk about right now. Yeah, that's what I thought it could be. The free access account, like, and maybe it's like old school players coming back. Ooh, that is quite good. Don't daze me, bro. Nice. I think I need human here. Potentially, Josh. I would have to think that more, but I think part of it right now is just that there's just no three monarch that affects the board, right? This plague engine is just like doing random work right now. Snuff out would have paid 4 mana. They force. I'd probably just lose on the spot, to be honest. But hard to say. They used 2 bolts already, so like, how many more can they possibly have? Um, I feel like we need a trade here. All right, they have another one. That's I guess that's to be expected, right? Hmm. Maybe a 2-3. I'll pass. I should have actually attacked. That was a mistake. Should have attacked. That was actually a mistake. Yeah. Should have attacked. That was a mistake for sure. Now I could get punished, right? I guess I'll do this. Okay, interesting. I lost myself 3 damage by not attacking earlier. So how many card types do I have? One, two, 3 card types. Okay, it doesn't work anymore because they countered it. But maybe it's the arbor that I want here. Yeah. Do I bog now? Probably. in case they have like Murktide region or something. We're not gonna tutor game one. That's okay. I don't think I want to reveal what's in their hand. I think the information is worth more than the deck thinning. Hey, Octologist. I'm the Grinch. People like to say I'm complain too much about the certain builds, right? I'm the Grinch that I spoke of. I don't think we want to make ourselves down to a multiple of three, so to speak. Actually, I think we take the that here. That is a hell of a card. This is a must force. Yeah. That is a must force. I don't think I could have just attacked with all. Do go to 5? Yeah, I lose my reclaimer. I think I just play it now and just like deck in now. I think we're pretty ahead now. Like I think our top decks are better than theirs at this point. Like they can't get through and they're they can't get through and we can just like they can't we can like outlast them, so to speak. Saga's pretty good, I think. Saga is pretty good, I think. Again, here I don't want to put myself to 9. Ooh, that's awkward. We don't have any more Bayous, or that is awkward. Now I'm punished for not having the black source. We attack all here. They would take 6. And if they take 6 here, they go to 2. They go to 2. I think we win. Yeah, let's try it. Okay, nice. Um, no, it's actually I'll tell you the logic behind why there's no tutor targets made. It's because I just want a 23rd land. Like, and I don't expect the games to go long. If they do, I'm probably favored. So this as just a land is just like fine for game one is the logic. I don't want to accidentally draw the wrong tutor target and just like lose game one for no reason. All right, we said in theory the Shadow Spear is gonna be good. I guess we will now find out whether it is or not. The Plague Engineer trading with a Goy is pretty relevant in my opinion there. Deathmark has text, but I don't think worth it. Keep. Is there any room for Trio Tails? Maybe yes. Sorry, no is what I mean. I don't think it's good enough. I think you end up losing too much, right? Like percentage points. I don't want to get Wasteland here when they have a threat. It doesn't get Tree of Tails for what it's worth, too, Octologist. Actually, yeah, I don't think it gets Tree of Tails, but I could be wrong. How does that work? I don't think I don't think it has a converted mana cost. It's not like Chalice of Void, right? I don't think that works. What you want it. Sure. This is the awkward part about engineering, right? Like you have the small window where it can do things, and if the Delver flips, you're just kind of like screwed. Um, the question here is like, what am I leading with? I think I want to do it this way. Oh, Mox Diamond is like the reason. Somebody brought up Springleaf Drum. That's probably potentially okay too. I would have to think about which one's like Mox Diamond could be actually pretty good. Like we do have a lot of lands. Like if you the problem is like it has to be a card you where if you draw it, you can't just be it can't be the end of the world, right? That's not the worst. This engineer feels kind of silly now. Is the problem? This is the problem I have with this card, right? Like it's like very time sensitive, and while we have some slack in this matchup, I don't really want to like. Ideally, it's something else, right? Like I'm not sure what that something else would be, to be honest, but maybe that's like Titania as a fifth endurance, but I don't love any of the current options. Okay, it has potentially text here. Can maybe kill a Delver, but like maybe they daze it. If they, I guess if they force it, then like maybe it did its job. That's not the worst too. I think I want to trade now. I don't think we can take six and then six again. Is the problem. And the Fiend Artisan was not out of bolt range too. That's the other thing, right? Days, sure. It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. It's entirely possible we should have played the Fiend Artisan and get the endurance down a turn earlier. I, but I was just I was trying to get rid of the Delver there with the Artisan. Actually, with the Plague Engine, that might have been loose to be honest. But to be fair, the Stifle on the Artisan later on would have been devastating too. So if they held the Stifle, then that's a whole different story, right? Like I think they can just stifle the Artisan trigger and maybe we lose anyways. Stifle kind of devastating against us to be honest. I like the card is like high variance. Unfortunately, like kind of good against us. The artisan potentially could have died too. So here we go to 2. Probably dead. I can't, like, we need double endurance now, right? This is like too fast to start. Like we couldn't keep up. Here it'd be nice to have the one hoof still in the deck, so we can just like hoof them, but like we go to 2. We can't. I think we have to draw the. Oh, actually, that's a good one. I do. I guess I do have lethal with Shepherd. Good, good call, Octologist. We just have to hope here, right? Uh. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see if they respond here. We lose to a sneeze. So this is kind of neat. Uh, we get to now do this, and then tutor for the endurance. All right, nice. All right, 4 no. That was closer than I would have liked. Maybe we can spread some Christmas cheer after all, right? We're one match now away from the 5-0. Unfortunately, we had to dream crush our fellow viewer here in Twitch chat, follower here, not fault support, micrograms. Here's the list again for people who are tempted to play what we have. Sorry, micrograms. I did not want to do that to you, but I did feel like 4 snuff outs was not enough removal for the initiative matchup, so I wanted to play, at least 2 more removal spells. Debated between Fatal Push and Death Mark, and if there's a third one, maybe it's like Dismember. I think Dismember is just too much life loss. Uh, Fatal Push does some things that we want. The problem with it is it doesn't really line up well with Archon of Memoria. I don't know if you're playing that or not. I know some builds are. I think it depends if you want to be combo or not, right? I think if you want to be the mirror, Archon of Memoria probably not the best card. It's also dies to the bolt, right? Whereas, um, what is it called? Whereas Archon of Memoria is really good against combo. Uh, Against Reclaimer, it is only okay, I think. Like, it's beatable. I'll put it that way. It's insane against Nettle. Like, I don't think they can beat it. Like, outside of... Literally, they have to have the snuff out post board on the spot, right? Like, I really don't think they can beat it. I think it's, like, okay, though, against me. But beatable, if that makes sense. Like, it's not the KO it is against the traditional build. Like, they literally... Their whole deck is like shut off the way like an engineer would shut them off, if that makes sense. I think for me it's a little bit dangerous too, right? Because I have snuff outs. like especially main deck. And because of Archon, it's actually why I play Deathmark, because Fatal Push actually the sequencing involved with it to trigger Revolt is bad against Archon and bad against Mind Sensor, which you may or may not have. Obviously, like there is the logic. Oh, it's bad against Chalice, whereas Dismember is like okay against Chalice, right? Like good against. The problem is I don't actually have that many Chalice targets, so like it's a little bit dangerous to keep in Chalice, in my opinion. I think Chalice is potentially kind of insane against the Nettle build, but it really depends also what you have. Long story short, and this is no surprise, I guess. The Nettle build is a little bit more like Belchery in the sense that uh, there's more things that hate it out, whereas I think our deck is more difficult to hate out. But you lose some of the fun factor that is associated with Belcher. You lose some of the nostalgia, I guess, right? Right. You have the glimpse of nature. Actually, for those of you who are curious, I did mention earlier, and if you're tuning in just now, here's how I would build the Nettle build, right? I think I took it out so I don't accidentally click register this, but there's a grist in the main deck. But more or less, I think if you're gonna play Nettle Sentinel, you should play it with its friends, right? Like I have 3 Burst Lore, 4 Heritage. Uh, I cut the Queen Rangers just because I don't think you actually need them anymore because of Once Upon a Time. Like you just want to hit land drops naturally, right? And then the sideboard, I think you just have 2 ley lines as well. Let's see if we can get it done. Yeah, we've been waiting 4 minutes. That like scares me because maybe we queue into somebody. So what'd you think, Josh? You tried a league with Nettle. I'm assuming because you played Reclaimer before, it probably felt very fragile. If I were to guess. Yeah, that is my gut feeling too. I think it is the beneficiary of the metagame right now, more so than it actually is a strong deck, if that makes sense. I think the biggest reason why it's seeing some success is not even because it has a good initiative matchup. I don't even think that's true. Especially if the initiative players play Archon of Emery, which some of them do. Which is like a KO, right? Like just like think of it as Plague Engineer against the Nettle build. Um, I believe the reason why it has is doing better in the metagame has more to do with the fact that Delver is not really playing sweepers at the moment. So like you can just like jam and not have to worry, and because of that, its Delver matchup is a little bit better than before. We're on the play, but no second land. I don't think we can keep this, to be honest. Like without a second land, we have a 3 drop and a 4 drop. Better, actually, significantly better. We shall see. Again, like if I'm playing against control, this I probably just lost on the spot, right? With 2 snuff outs. That's like one of the reasons not to play that many in the main. I do. Oh, that's not good. That is probably a bad sign for me. Oh my god, I think they're on spell combo, and we have 2 dead cards. Like Flusterstorm is a spell combo card. Yeah, Companion helps that, but they played like strange things before, for what it's worth. All right. I think we're probably in trouble. At least game one. Like, the whole point of playing our deck is to not have to keep these weird hands. Like our opening seven, like we don't have a second land draw. I think we just like potentially lose on the spot, right? We have a 3 drop and a 4 drop with. Oh wow, they just conceded. That's kind of good. Our hand was like god awful too. All right, I think it could be a paid actor. It could be. I would have to like have these underhanded dealings, right? It wouldn't be Christmas without. Yeah, I think Josh is probably hit it on the nose, right? I think they probably brainstormed, locked themselves, and assumed that I have at least some action, right? And while not the best hand, uh, Visionary is like 2 cards almost, right? I don't. Flusterstorm kind of like tells me not. I don't want snuff outs. Like it's like really hard. Where we didn't really see anything. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I think I actually played against this person before on like this weird control Yorion build with like I don't know these miracle effects. I think we probably want Seize. I think Shadow Spear's not great, but we'll see how it maps. I think we want Seize because especially when you're in the dark, you don't know what they are. Like Seize has a pretty high floor. Um, I think of these cards, I don't love Plague Engine. I feel like they're not like a plague. Well, it's like high ceiling, so maybe. Yeah, endurance is interesting too. The thing is, for what if it matters? The last time I played them, they're on like a Miracles Yorion build. With like I forgot what's called the blue Miracle card that like bounces all your stuff. So I don't know if they have graveyard shenanigans for what it's worth. Endurance is like high floor though. I think engine. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Josh. I think that's probably better. In Josh, we trust. Yeah. There's that too, Josh. I think once we know more about like what they're on, then maybe we like adjust accordingly. I like Seas in the Dark is probably right. Like we don't really know what they're on, right? Like which is why I actually like Seas before, especially. Maybe it's less good now, but it's just like if you don't know what's going on, you just board that in. It's just like kind of a catch all, right? Unless they're on some aggro, and I don't think they are on it because I don't think they would have kept that kind of hand, right? If it's slower. Seas is only really bad against aggro, and I don't think that's what they're on. It could be medium against some like Earl decks, for instance, but it's still like the floor is like pretty high. Ooh, that is pretty good. Ooh. Wow, that's like pretty good. I think we take the artisan because we expect the first few things to die. And we're already like hitting land draws for what it's worth. Like if they hit the mystic, it's rare that you will see me not take cradle, but that's like one of the exceptions right now, right? It's rare you see not you don't see me take cradle, but this is like one of the hands that I don't think you can afford to. I think we just want action. I think my gut feeling is they are control. Only because I don't think I've ever seen this player play against like an aggro like type build. They play like control combo like high type kind of decks. These very like spell-based reactive decks that s- they use a stack, right? I think we play the Reclaimer here. Uh, I think we save the fetch just in case. Argument to be made to play the symbiote, but they did use their swords. Like argument to be made, my sequencing should have been symbiote into Reclaimer. Uh, oh, what is going on? That cannot be good. It could be an EE, and that I would feel bad for not playing the Wirewood, but I mean that would be what it is. What it is, right? Spellseeker, all right. So they're on like an ephemery deck, I think. Yeah. I actually hate playing against these kind of decks. So they're gonna ephemerate their Spellseeker. We're gonna change how we board. We're gonna bring in snuff outs. I think the line here is like we either ramp again. This is difficult, I think. I think we do this. I think we have to save this as payoff. I think we have to assume that Phenard isn't gonna die. It's like pretty obnoxious actually to play against the Fenrir decks. Like if you don't have the snuff outs, it like feels really bad. Like you can't stop what they're doing, right? One way to like I'm gonna have to try to like force the ephemerate out, but it's not easy, in my opinion. Like I feel like this is like a kitten combo ish like kind of deck. Get the mana going first. They could try to ephemerate here. I don't know. We'll see. What do I want here? I think we play this and then like force our opponent to deal with it at some point, right? Maybe they force it even. I don't know. I don't think Grist does anything on this board state. Uh, the problem with Lair of the Hydra, it can't get through like some of these tokens. Is the problem? Also, the part of the reason why I like Saga is because of the combo implications. Like Needle's a big reason. Uh, sure. I can't really stop it at game one, game two. We didn't draw C's either, so it wouldn't have mattered. But it's just something to keep in mind. Like C's would have been potentially, um, Dovin's veto, sure. I think with that we can go ahead and do this. There's no way they block, in my opinion. Yeah, there's no way they block, in my opinion. At least the ephemerate is off the board. That is the card that is like difficult to deal with. They might just get a Swords of Pirates. I don't. They cannot allow the Artisan to untap. So the Dovin's veto, like they got the 2-for-1 already, but oh, they need lands. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, they might just K command here or let the sorry. Via Tundra. What is going on? Why would they do that? They'll tell me they're actually that's not even whatever. All right, they dress down. Sure. Feels like Supreme Verdict could be coming. Oh my god, I feel like it's gonna. It's well, they had Supreme Verdict. They would have Supremed already, for what it's worth. Man, that's kind of scary. What's going on here? If I attack, I don't think I want to attack. I think I just leave all the mana up. That card is like obnoxious against us. Sure. Actually, I made a mistake. I probably should have got the Saga earlier, but maybe it's a blessing in disguise I didn't. Probably should have got the Saga earlier, but maybe it's a blessing in disguise I didn't. This is the matchup where May Saga is like helpful, but still. What is this? Interesting card. Okay. I still don't know what is going on here. They're like ephemerate type deck. So we're gonna if we get a chance, we're gonna board into snuff outs, but are all our forests gone? I guess they are. That is not what I want to see. So we get an extra creature here. I don't think it really changes much, to be honest. The damage, I wonder if it matters. I don't think it does. I think leaving Reclaimer up is probably more important. Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think I want to attack really. I mean, it could matter. I just don't think it will. What did they target? Brainstorm? No, I don't think I allow that to happen. Sure. That's. Oh, I see the trick now. That's kind of. Oh, that's pretty interesting. I would have attacked in my Doom here. Potentially. Well, I guess they get the draw. Oh my god, that's kind of nuts. It feels like our opponent has force backup too. Uh, three. More deck thinning, obviously. What am I getting here? I think the Beseju, maybe? Yeah, I guess. I don't love it though. I should have actually. Like, I think a Beseju is better to draw than the Guy's Cradle. So I actually should have pitched the Guy's Cradle. Like, I should have thought about it more. Right? This is. The clock is like. Not the fastest, but like it can get there. It's like 6 a turn, right? Oh my god, this is like. Do not want to play against this kind of deck. Like creature combo without the snuff outs. Like we can't stop the value. They got an ephemerate. I wonder. That's a good draw though. This is 4. Like I'm thinking about what they could have. It could be Flusterstorm. And I think I want to be able to play through that. I feel like our opponent's not dead, so what is going on here? What? Jesus Christ. What if I had got a progenitus? Like, man. Yeah, like I said, I don't enjoy playing against these kind of decks. Yeah, I mean, no doubt, it's cool, but like, unfortunately, unless it becomes mainstream, I'm not sure how much value I get out of it. Aside from obviously, being prepared for these kind of decks in the future. I like this is like very similar to a deck. I forget who the user was. I think we're probably just dead. They have 0 cards, so maybe a progenitus gets there, but it's like unlikely at this point. That does things. Speaking of progenitus, that's there it is now. It's kind of like that, except it was a person with even more in with Orange Chant too. I forget who the person is. It escapes my mind at the moment. There's a person who plays this like kind of also kind of similar deck, but no green obviously. In this list, I think we're probably just dead to be honest. Like just too much value. Although it didn't really matter, I guess. Well, we also didn't know they're on, but we didn't draw the Thoughtseizes that would have otherwise been snuff outs. We also did not draw the endurance that would have been plague engineered on human here. Oh my god, there's that too. I forgot. I think that just means it's KO now. I think. I guess we can just see what they're gonna get with the spell seeker. I don't. I think now that we know what they're on, we definitely boarded the snuff outs. That is actually nuts in this kind of matchup. All right, they draw a card, they solitude, and then they're gonna spell seeker. Yeah, this is like good ordering. See what they get. Brainstorm. It's like this the CTF SOC deck. There's another person who plays. I just don't remember the name of the off the top of my head that I paired into. Essentially, this matchup is one where you really want snuff out. Well, there. I mean, is it too late? What did they get here? They got a brainstorm and they got a. Maybe it's not too late. So they can't. They can attack 4 in the air, and then they take us down to. They can attack 4 in the air. They take us down to 13. Omen the sea, sure. Yep. I mean, I don't. I wonder if we just like luck sacked ourselves into a win here. We go to 13, but there's a ton of damage on the other side. Like, and we need like remove. So that's 6, 9, 10, 11, 15 damage. Yeah. So we either have the fade removal, or opponent has to not, or we have to draw a creature, right? So we have a second chump block. Yeah, it's because of Yorion Inquisitor. They're down to 1, which is like relevant. I mean, not irrelevant because we can only do 10. I'm pretty sure we need to draw another creature here. Like, or fetch land is like potentially okay too. Actually, it's not. I take that back. So that's pretty bad, right? Like for us because I kind of wish I had blocked before, but it's hard to say, right? Like my god. Can't attack. Yeah, I think we may not have any outs now that I think about it. All right. We will adjust accordingly here. That kind of deck is a nightmare for control decks, right? Like everything is ETB. You just cannot stop what they're doing, right? It's like elves almost. Well, with like wirewood and whatnot. Uh, I think what is spell seeker like the card type? I think it's like human wizard. Yeah. Uh, I don't know what did we see any other combat thresher? What is that? What is? I think it's a prototype card. Combat thresher. Yeah, Okay, so we're gonna board it in. I don't think endurance is good. I don't think even this is good. Needle, probably not. Shadow Spear, I don't think so. Death Mark, probably not. I think the Bog is probably best. Now we know they don't have sweepers too, so that helps. Um, I don't like that, but I feel like the rest of the hand is good. It's never a good sign when I start off with. Ooh, just barely. Swords, probably. Yeah. The reason why I kept it, I think the 6 is like actually quite strong. Why? Actually, I should have kept in. Maybe I should have kept in the. The collector, if they're gonna play Chromoxes. Interesting. Oh, they're going after our mana. Interesting. Mm. Mm. There is a chance I'm gonna walk into a Sea Priest here. I don't think I want to do that. Actually, I messed up. If I'm not gonna play the green side, I should have not wasted the fetch land. That was a mistake. Although to be fair, I probably want black anyways. In case we draw the snuff out. Like here, I think our opponent now has to find the answer for it. They used two pendings already too. I think they have to find the swords for the artisan now, right? That's fair. I didn't think about that, but I mean, people have done crazy stuff like that before. Sure. If they solitude here, I don't think we can. I don't think we're allowed to attack here. I think we just like we know solitude is a possibility now, right? So I don't think we can just walk these in. I think we just get the grist and like plus and pass. Right? Because if they block, it just feels so bad, right? Like we give them value potentially. I have done that before, by the way, where opponent dressed down, and I just like flashing an endurance and just like take the 3/4, right? I have to imagine their deck is a nightmare for control decks to deal with. Probably a combo player's dream job though. A dream though. Sure. Sure. That's like not surprising, I guess. Kind of glad I milled that. Hmm. Do I take the Plague Engineer preemptively? Or do I take the Wirewood? I feel like I take the Plague Engineer. And just name human, right? So I don't have to deal with that, like, nonsense. Two top, zero bottom. That's not good for us. That is not what I want to see. What flash creatures am I playing around potentially here? Do they just stress down? No. I have to think. I have to think. Ooh, I drew the visionary. Oh my god, that feels so bad. When I had the Wirewood earlier. Well, better lucky than good. Removal, maybe? Sure. Wow, okay, that is nuts. Perhaps not. We have a Wirewood too. And I think we're pretty ahead too, for what it's worth now. Like I drew very well right now. Like the magic gods, are giving out on Christmas. Speaking of which, Merry Christmas to everyone. I'm on the West Coast and it just turned midnight. I think that is a sign. I think that is a sign. Obviously, they can Yorion, gas up right now with the what they have. I did earlier for the extra mana. I think we want to do this. I wonder what they could have. Oh, There is a chance they have Orim's chant here. There is a chance they have Orim's chant. Like, it doesn't make any sense why they didn't play the Yorion. So I guess I will just play it safe and see what they do. Like, I'm kind of scared what they have. Oh, Solitude? I think we tick down here and get rid of that. If they have another Ephemerate, that'd be bad, but I don't think we can afford to play around that. I think we take the Shepherd. And just pass. Go for the KO next turn. Wow, okay, we got it. Our opponent has conceded. Christmas Miracle. We not quite the first year, but better than last year. I'll take it. And fittingly, right as it struck midnight too, here on the West Coast. So, unfortunately, this is Saturday, so this won't get posted potentially until next week. And for some reason, thank you for Obsidian Jeff. And there's a chance that they won't even post this period because for some reason they have not posted any of my 5-0s. But yeah, I think I was pretty happy, like I said, with the change. I think the 3 snuff outs is probably a little bit better than 4 in the main and have the Plague Engineer. This was not great, but it did have text against certain decks, namely the one we just played against. I don't know if I'm playing it in the future or depending on your metagame, you can play like Op Agent. I think Engineer is kind of nice against Delver for what it's worth. Like it won us a game by trading with a Tarmogoyf. The sideboard, like we didn't really see the spear in action. I don't love it. The needle I think is good. We just didn't, we didn't face any decks where it would have mattered against, right? I guess not Ringo, Faulted Form is the one, right? And we somehow beat Oops. So yeah, pretty good overall. Anybody have any questions? I think the death marks were good. If Micrograms is still in the chat, like we played against them earlier. I think the ley line, like I'm all about not getting exploited by other decks. So again, high mana count. I think ley line just as a tool of just like to mess with people because I don't like them assuming we don't have it. What do you have for Christmas dinner? That it actually I think we're gonna have some Vietnamese food. My wife and I and our family's gonna make some stuff too. So that's for tomorrow. It's Christmas Eve technically right now, or it just turned midnight, so it's Christmas now. But yeah, Christmas 5-0, pretty nice. Don't know if Engineer is like, gonna stay. I think in theory the Saga did maybe not this league, but in general does what I wanted to do, if that makes sense. Like I want more tokens and I want a card that can be a mana sink. So I think this card is like potentially pretty good. It's just another land like that's like potentially relevant, can grind out games that in pretty compact package too. It's one card. Lair the Hydra is like decent. The problem with Lair is you have to sync mana to it every turn. I don't really like that. And Lair doesn't actually increase your board presence, whereas Saga does. Also, Lair has zero, and I mean literally zero applications against combo. Like I don't want to tap out for Lair against combo, right? Like that's like very dangerous. Like I want to keep Reclaimer up. Getting Needle is like super relevant. It's like Sneak and Show and those kind of decks. So yeah, I think there's a lot of something here. I don't know if Spear is the answer, but it's like the best I can think of right now. Maybe I want. Oh, actually, it was mentioned Mox Diamond, which thinking about it, maybe I don't love because I have to lose a land, right? I'm not. I don't really love losing lands, especially since you lose the Saga as well, right? So we will see about that. But I think the whatever is kind of interesting. The Springleaf Drum, like it's like one or the other, right? Those are I think the two cards that kind of interesting to try. And I think if I were to draw a card, maybe the first diamond is probably kind of interesting. Although getting a diamond off a Saga is not great, and it's like a terrible, terrible top deck. Uh, so again, if anybody has thoughts on that, I'd love to hear. But that's like where I'm at right now. It didn't seem like I needed diamond too for whatever it's worth. I don't think I want Bobble. It feels slow. I don't think I just want to cycle a card. Like also a Nombo with Oof, which is like a pretty big important game one card. It's like possible, right? That but Bobble is at minimum at least cycles, so that's like maybe worth it. Yeah, maybe that's just enough, right? A Bobble or whatever. Uh, Spear definitely has techs against certain decks, but I think Bobble can save a sideboard slot. Although not really, right? Because you have to play a main deck, so not really. Um, this does have really big techs against Delver for what it's worth. So I have to think about it some more, but I think it's pretty promising. Who shall we now rate on this Christmas day now? Also, here's my socials again. I definitely enjoyed that a lot. And Christmas Miracle brought us to 5-0, right? Like, pretty nice. I'll go ahead and rate Cedric Phillips because I do enjoy his content. Soul Guide is I'm not sure it's better than I could so if you like Matt Griner, I can go ahead and raid Matt. I don't really know Matt personally, but since you're suggesting it, I think it seems like you like them. So let's try Matt then. Okay, it says I have a raid in progress already, so I can't. All right, enjoy.